Where are you staying? Oh, very far. It goes by. Very close by. Yes. It's very close. Mm.
Have you been Korea?
Yes. Yes, for
Where?
vacation.
Oh, for
For-
vacation.
For vacation, of course. But for the duty, it's about 3 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah,
That
before
is
before
before the
before
pandemic.
before family.
You're very okay. So where did you live?
I
In Korea.
in Korea,
And so
it's all yes, and then previously we went to Sejong.
Seoul City.
Yeah, Sejong.
You visited STEPI? No, no. Next. Three.
Previously, I'm working on the
Oh, yeah.
before here. And okay, if we have a chance, so we can move to Tapi in right? Sejong City.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking forward to see you next year.
Next year, yes.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon. Allow me to extend our warmest greetings to our eminent speakers and guests, Deputy Chairman for Research and Innovation Policy, National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. Budiastuti Ontowiryo, Secretary for Research and Innovation Policy, National Research and Innovation Agency, Mr. Yudo Baskoro, Research Fellow and Project Manager, Science and Technology Policy Institute, Dr. Jong Son Kim, Senior Research Fellow, Science and Technology Policy Institute, Dr. Dok Sung Yim, all distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 K Innovation Partnership Program with Indonesia Dissemination Forum. We are very honored to have you all here today on Tuesday, October 11, 2022. My name is Jen Walando and I'll be hosting today. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 K Innovation Partnership Program with Indonesia Dissemination Forum is in collaboration between National Research and Innovation Agency BRIN and Science and Technology Policy Institute STEPI that carries activities involving researcher and policy analysts from the Deputy for Research and Innovation Policy, as well as academics and practitioners from South Korea. The partnership activities is the arrangement of science, technology, and innovation, STI governance, coordination mechanism, institutional framework, financial system, and investment in Indonesia. Without further ado, we will have opening remarks from the Deputy Chairman for Research and Innovation Policy BRIN. Please welcome Dr. Budiastuti Ontowiryo.
So,
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good afternoon. It is Honorable Dr. Yong Sean Kim, the Research Fellow and Project Manager, Science and Technology Policy Institute, STEPI. And then I also welcome Dr. Duke Sun Yim, Dr. Duke Sun Yim, Senior Research Fellow, STEPI, Dr. Kim Eun Jo, and Dr. Kim Eun Jo. Oh, okay. Miss Shana Kang. Hi. And then also from the research team, I also thank you for you all. Professor Kim Song-soo. Hi. The leader. Professor Kwon Ki-seok. Thank you. And then Dr. Lee Chang-yo. And the last one, Pak Yudo Baskoro from BRIN. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon again. It gives me a great pleasure to address you all. Coming here is a very welcome on behalf of National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. Especially, I am delighted that I could welcome and hear from your team from South Korea in person here at BRIN headquarters. We have a lot of centers, a lot of offices around Indonesian's area, and then this is the headquarters. Welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we are here not just only BRIN, but also from line ministries is our relatives, and then relatives, and then also come from other agencies joining this event. So let me explain a little bit about the K Innovations Partnership Program. The K Innovation Partnership Program with Indonesia today is a dissemination activity. Is a series of STEPI collaborations with Indonesia in 2022. Some of the activities has been carried out this year under these cooperation schemes include capacity building and workshops, held both online and offline. The scheme aims to strengthen the capacity of research, especially human resource in Indonesia. The K Innovations Partnership Program this year, it is a very honor to us to start the disseminations and capacity building activities of STEPI and BRIN collaborations. This year also, it's a year of collaborations, is indeed under the project of the arrangement of STI governance, coordinations mechanisms, institutional framework, financial system, and investment in Indonesia. We would like to thank to the director here and then the staff who has already collaborated very well with your side, with your teams, and then bring this event very nicely. Distinguished guests, the collaborations between BRIN and STEPI in 2022 carries 3 activities. We call it 3 teams. The 3 teams involve researchers and policy analysis. So basically it is combining researchers from the research organizations, research center, and then also combining us. So our researcher or colleagues in the deputies. So the 3 activities involved in here. Also, we have some scholars from the universities, I think, coming here already, and then practitioners from South Korea. The 3 teams includes number one, STI role for green growth policy. Number two, it's about developing SDI human capital in Indonesia. And number three, involving management regime of SDI for missions-oriented research and innovations. My sincere expectations of this project, which yield further actionable activity. So actionable activity as well as actionable policy recommendations, and roadmap for the implementations of national innovation system in Indonesia. So what we want to have, it's about the actionable roadmap. We acknowledge that the framework, the previous framework, K Innovation Partnership Program has successfully delivered the policy recommendations. Thank you very much for the cooperations. And then some of the success delivered policy recommendations, example in here, building a new think tank, designing a new evaluations mechanisms, and restructuring regulations on STI. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe through this event and also further study on the mentioned topic, the three topics, it will yield more policy recommendations on science, technology, and innovations field for Indonesia at the future. This is also give a good cooperations and then good best practice of policy to the South Korea as well. At the end of my remarks in here, I greatly appreciate that has been accomplished from our bilateral cooperation so far, and look forward to extending our partnership further. I'm certain that our future collaborations will greatly beneficial to both of us, especially to the development of Indonesian national innovation system. On behalf of our agency, BRIN, I wish you all success in this partnership project. Hopefully today's event would be beneficial and have fruitful result. Thank you for your participations. And finally, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Budiastuti. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the introduction of K Innovation Partnership by Research Fellow and Project Manager STEPI. Please welcome Dr. Jong Seung Kim.
Thank you very much. Selamat sore. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable the President of BRIN, Lakasana Tri Hondoko, and Deputy Director Dr. Budiastuti on video, and Deputy Secretary Mr. Yudo Baskoro, and other distinguished guests and experts. I'm Jong Seung Kim, the project manager of this year's K Innovation projects. It is a great pleasure to be here and start the 2022 K Innovation program for dissemination workshop. The K Innovation Partnership Program is a valuable international cooperation program of Republic Korea for exchanging knowledge and experience with the partner country and finding problem solutions together in the field of science and technology policy area. I would like to say that today's dissemination workshop of the K Innovation Partnership Program is a result from the collaboration of the distinguished Korean and Indonesian experts. I would like to express gratitude to Indonesian colleagues and especially for Dr. Dudi for holding this workshop. As you know that Korea and Indonesia have a long cooperation history one of the main successful examples is STEPI. STEPI stands for Science and Technology Policy Institute. It's a government-funded research institute under the Prime Minister Office in Korea. The institute has more than 30 years cooperation history with Indonesia, very long. STEPI already have carried out the big UNDP programs for Indonesia in the early of 1990s. Probably some member here know that one of our research team member, Dr. Sun Im, participated the 1990s project. Is a kind of living history of science and technology cooperations between Korea and Indonesia. Anyway, from 2015 and 14, STEPI continuously has been partnering with Indonesia by providing policy consulting on STI and the governments, and supporting capacity building for Indonesian governmental officials and researchers. For the cooperation time from 2014, the K Innovation Partnership Program has developed through the co-works with STEPI and Indonesia. In the early days, STEPI's K Innovation Program was oriented for capacity building for Indonesian researchers and policymakers. However, from 2018, the program includes the evaluation and the planning of Indonesian science and technology policy. That is, it expanded to consider evaluating the 2015 to 2019 research strategy planning and establishing the national research priority 2020 to 2024 of Indonesia. In 2019, Indonesia has tried to gear up for developing its economy through deep change in STI governance. As you know, the BRIN was launched in 2019. Hence, the 2020 and the 2021 K Innovation Partnership Program focused on STI think tank in Indonesia, STI governance, and the national R&D program evaluation, and the STI related law and regulations. In conclusion, I would like to say that we, STEPI and Indonesia, have been achieving valuable research performance and the results for promoting national development of Indonesia through Korea-Indonesia joint researches on the K Innovation Partnership Programs and the policy consultations. As you know that STEPI and the Korean experts already has held online seminars 2 times, and we selected the 3 important issues. Already, Deputy Director told the 3 topics, so I omitted here. But with these important topics, with STEPI and the Indonesian and distinguished experts already made 3 research teams this year, and co-works to find good ways for BRIN's success. Fortunately, in the 3 important topics, Korea has a successful experience and knowledge by finding our ways and could develop our economy. I hope that our experience and knowledge is valuable. And through this dissemination workshop, the results of our research, joint researches could be shared with you and could be tailored for using STI policies in Indonesia. And thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Doctor. I would like to ask Dr. Johnson Kim to come forward for receiving the token of appreciation. And I would like to invite Deputy Chairman for Research and Innovation Policy, Dr. Budi Astionto Wiryo, to present the token of appreciation. Thank you. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next, introduction of joint research by Deputy Secretary for Research and Innovation Policy BRIN. Please welcome Mr. Yudo Baskoro.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon for the Korea delegation head by Professor Kim and all of the research team in Indonesia. Welcome to Jakarta, welcome to Indonesia. And I want to explain and deliver some slide presentation instead of Pak Dudi Hidayat is not coming, and then because another activities that we not could not we have to take the examination today, and then I want to replace this presentation for all of Korea delegation about the overview of science and technology innovation policy in Indonesia. And I think all of member research team in Indonesia and Korea already know about this. The next slide, I think. Yeah, this is our governance of STI policy thing unit in Indonesia. We have 3 levels in the national levels, and then the ministerial levels, and then also the regional levels. Then include the program and also the budget. Yeah, in the national level, in the substance of the program, we have the Minister of Planning Agencies, national agencies. This is Bappenas. I think Mrs. Tim already know about this Bappenas, this function to setting all of the planning in national level, including the in the long-term period, and also the midterm period, and also the yearly period. This is our governance in this program, and we support also the Minister of Finance to setting up the budget program. Yeah, the budget for the program is a Minister of Finance, and we have document budget, budget document for the long term, also midterm, and also the yearly program. And this executing agency, that's all of the minister and also the agencies, we have national strategic planning in every minister. Yeah, and then we have support all of the allocation of the budget program. This level of the minister, and then we have also the local government. Yeah, so every government, regional government have a planning how to create the budget, setting the program, and between national, ministerial, and also regional, we have some inline lining that between national, ministerial, and also the regional level. This is our governance on science and technology policy thing unit in Indonesia. Next, I will explain also our progress and also our history institution of the science, technology, and innovation policy in Indonesia. During 1982, 62 until 2015, all of the innovation, science and innovation policy is under the Minister of Research and Technology, RISTEC. I think all of the research member and also research team, knows about the RISTEC. And then until 2015 until 2019, the RISTEC joined with the one of Directorate General in higher education, and we namely the Minister of Research, Technology, and Higher Education. This 2015 until 2019. And then we changed again in 2019. We have a Minister of Research and Technology and also BRIN, the National Research and Innovation Agency. And then April 2021, the institution, namely the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. And until now. So this is our institution. And the next, we make an analogy. What is a BRIN? BRIN is Minister of Research and Technology plus 4 public R&D institution. This is a non-governmental research institution. Yeah. And this the 4 institution is Indonesian Institute of Science, is a LIPI, and then Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology, PBPT, and the National Institute of Aeronautics and Space is LAPAN, and then for the National Agency of Nuclear Agency is BATAN. So this is 4 public R&D institution that join with Minister of Research and Technology, join in BRIN now. And then we add also 34 ministerial R&D unit. Yeah. Before BRIN 2021, we have several R&D unit under the minister. And then 34 ministerial R&D unit integrated to BRIN. So this is our status now. So BRIN is its Minister of Research and Technology plus 4 public R&D institutions plus 34 R&D unit before under the minister. All of join in BRIN now. And then next is our structure, this organization structure of BRIN. BRIN directly under the President of Indonesia, Republic of Indonesia. We have the head of BRIN and then vice head of BRIN. And then we have inspectorate, main inspectorate, and then also the main secretariat. And then we have 7 deputies. We had 2 clusters of the deputies. The first cluster, this is related with the evidence-based policy. This is a deputy for development policy, and then deputy for research and innovation policy, and also deputy for regional innovation policy, something like that. These 3 deputies under the cluster of the science-based policy. And the second cluster, this is deputy under to support the ecosystem innovation, research and innovation ecosystem. There's 4 deputies. Deputies for human resources, and then deputy for, I think I want to introduce Pa Arthur. This is from the deputy for human resources and science and technology, Pak Arthur. Yeah. This is our director talent management, I think. Yeah, Pak Arthur. This is Pak Dr. Arthur. Yeah. And the second deputy under the ecosystem research and innovation is the deputy for infrastructure, research and innovation infrastructure, and a deputy for research and innovation facilitation. And the fourth one is the deputy for research and innovation utilization. So 7 deputies under by two main tasks to strengthening the evidence-based policy and strengthening the national research and incubation ecosystem. And we support also BRIN. This is the executing agency of BRIN. It is our organization research. We have 12 organization research. Yeah. Organization research for nuclear agency, aeronautic and space, earth and maritime, life sciences and environment, yeah, and organization of food, health, social and humanities, archaeology, language and literature, organization for energy and manufacture, nanotechnology and material, and also the governance, economy, community welfare. And the last one is organization for electronic and informatics. And under the 12 organization research, we have 84 research unit, research center. Yeah, so 12 organization research and 84 unit research center. Next, this is our vision to realization the National Research Innovation Agency that reliable, professional, innovative, and with the integrity of the services to the President to realize the President vision of mission that Indonesia that are advanced, sovereign, independent. This is our national vision. And then we have 3 mission of BRIN, including the providing technical administrative support and accurate responsive analysis to the President regarding the research, innovation, development, assessment, and application, as well as invention and innovation. And the second is improving the quality of human resources and infrastructure for the integrated research innovation. And then the third one is providing the effective and efficient services in the areas of supervision, general administration, information, and institution. And the next slide, this is our 3 direction and 7 target. 3 directions are how to make a science and technology resource integration between people, infrastructure, and budget. This is first our direction. And creating the global standard, open, inclusive, and collaboration research. And then the third one is creating the strong and sustainable research-based economic foundation. And we have 7 targets. This explain the 3 directions. And the next slide, I want to explain our current status. And then this is our positioning now. Then I will divide by how to opportunities of the current activities. I think we identified by first, we have a president of BRIN uniting all of the public R&D organization as the leader in this science, technology, innovation policies. And the second one, I think, involvement of Indonesia in G20, optimizing the R&D sustainable development in Indonesia. And then third one, Indonesia have a potential overwhelming national resources based on the science and technology, engineering, innovation, and based on the diversity in Indonesia, sea and marines, renewable energy, and space, earth. And the fourth one, presence of the prominent and global scale universities as a R&D partner. And then fifth is geographically largest country in Asian countries. And then the last one, Indonesia have a national large market. It allows the commercialization R&D product widely. And this next slide, I think the last slide, I want to explain about how many threats in the current activities. First is the post-pandemic. I think this is all of countries have a threat in the pandemic COVID. 19, and second is this year 2022, and then we have planning in 2040. This is related with public pemilu. This is for the president collecting president and also House of Representative. And that's one is also we identify the rapid increase of global warming. And then the last was, I think this is already known by all of Indonesia and Korea delegates, related with military war between Ukraine and Russia. This some threat that we identify as a current status, and a current have this one is have a positioning activities, positioning situation in Indonesia, and hopefully this is as a foundation of our analysis in research and innovation policy. I think all side, and say thank you for your in Indonesia and Korea in the STEPI Innovation Program Partnership. Thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mr. Yudo Baskoro. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this opportunity to have a group photo. We would like to invite Dr. Budiastuti Ontowiryo, Mr. Yudo Baskoro, Indonesia Coordinator, and STEPI delegates to join together. Also, to all online participants, please turn on the camera and join us through the screen. One more. Big smile. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before continuing our event to the next agenda, allow me to introduce Indonesia Coordinator. The first one is Mr. Anugrah Yuka Asmara. Please stand up. And then second one is Mr. Maulana Akbar and Miss Yustina Nita. And for our current teams, the first one is STEPI BRIN Partnership Program Project Manager, Dr. Johnson Kim, of course. Senior Research Fellow, Dr. Dok Sun Yim. Principal Researcher STEPI, Dr. Enjo Kim. Researcher, Miss Sine Kang. Professor Song Soo Kim from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Professor Ki Sok Won from Hanbat National University, and Dr. Chang Yo Lee from Hankook University of Foreign Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, Now we proceed to the Indonesia Core Joint Research Performance. I believe this is the session that you are waiting for.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sophia. I'm a policy analyst at BRIN. So in this occasion, I think I presume I will be the facilitator for the discussion for the C-stream. So as you already probably familiar that back in July, we already have the kickoff meeting to introduce the three activities that is conducted together side by side in collaboration between STEPI and BRIN. So this event is to disseminate until how far is the result from the research that we conducted. So as for our first session, I would like to introduce, I think Professor Kwon already been introduced by our MC. Okay, Professor Ki Sok-won from Hanbak National University is the coordinator for the team 1 from Korean side, while Mr. Anugrah Yuka Asmara is the coordinator for team 1 from BRIN. So both of the gentlemen in here have some research concerning about the BRIN's role for green growth policy. So in this occasion, both of them will explain concerning about their finding. I think we will begin the presentation from Professor Kwon. You ready? Okay, I think you will have around 20 minutes to present it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Where is my brain? Okay. 뭔가 이게 방향이. Yes, thank you for kind introduction. My name is Ki Sok-kwon from Hanbak National University in South Korea. Actually, I belong to Department of Public Policy, and my major, the special major, is Science and Technology Policy. So this time, Yuka and I take a role for research about the BRIN's role for green growth policy. Actually, before starting this research, Yuka and I studied the think tank. What is the think tank and the role of think tank, comparing South Korea and Indonesian case. So based on the result of the previous year, so we also developed in the field of green growth policy this year. So I'd like to talk about the BRIN's role for green growth policy, benchmarking Korean case. So please, next slide. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the background and objectives of our research and methodology and overview of Korean green growth policy and Korean case. And then I'd like to suggest some role for BRIN's role for green growth policy in Indonesia. Okay. So the objectives of this research is we'd like to suggest the role, specific role of BRIN as a STI policy think tank in the field of green growth policy. So based on these objectives, we investigate the case in South Korea in the field of green growth policy, GTC, Green Technology Center in South Korea. So based on the role and the function of the GTC in South Korea, we wanted to suggest the BRIN, what kind of function, what kind of work can BRIN do for green growth policy system in Indonesia. So some literature review and site visit interview is implemented, and also a Korean case was benchmarked. Next slide. So this is the result of the previous year, our collaborative research. So as you show in the slide, this is a sort of ideal role of think tank in against the policy process. So level 1 is a higher level, and some ministry and president can do involved in a policy process, and second level is ministry, third level is agency, fourth level is R&D performer like public institute and universities. So think tank can do many roles according to the different stages, according to the policy process. For example, for agenda setting, policy think tank can provide some information, and implementation stage, they can also manage coordination between different agencies or R&D activities. And also finally, the evaluation stage, they can provide some policy analysis and can suggest how can you do well in the next year for R&D activities, appropriate R&D activities. That is the ideal role of R&D think tank in policy process. Next slide. So based on this picture model, we can suggest the ideal required function of think tank. For example, at the stage of agenda setting, the coordination and identifying the policy needs, and decision-making stage, they can suggest some various alternatives for problem solving in policy problem. And thirdly, as I mentioned earlier, the harmonizing and coordination function is very important. And finally, at the system level, the policy think tank can diagnose the strength of or proper working of the system. So based on this framework, we can suggest the BRIN's role for green growth policy. Next slide, please. So this is the upper side is you cannot see, but it's the overall rationale. Yeah, thank you. Overall frame for our collaborative work. So current status, we can investigate the statistics and governance and major problems of green growth policy system in Indonesia. And then based on the ideal model we suggested previous year, we can build up green growth policy think tank role in Indonesia. But it's really ideal. So we can suggest, considering the current status of our Indonesian system, we can choose a realistic function of BRIN's role for green growth policy in Indonesia. And next slide, please. So from the chapter 3, I'd like to show the overview of green growth policy in South Korea. So in 2008, the president declared low carbon green growth, and in 2009, FRAME Act is a really basic law. Framework Act carbon green growth policy was initiated. Next slide. Oh, previous slide. Previous one, please. Okay, thank you. And also, National Green Growth Strategy also set up, and its objectives is energy independence and climate change, and drivers, identifying drivers for economic growth. And lastly, the green lifestyle should be spread out in Korean National Innovation System. That is the National Green Growth Strategy. And next slide, please. And also action plan also drafted for detailed planning according to the strategy of green growth policy. Next slide, please. So aiming 2030, the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals also adopted in Korean green growth policy. Next, please. So chapter 3, we investigated the GTC, Green Technology Center in South Korea. As you see here, the GTC, Green Technology Center, is a policy think tank in South Korea for specialized in green growth policy. Particularly, the center is a bit oriented to technology management rather than policy development. But this is a good example, I think, for Indonesian think tank for green growth policy. So we choose this organization as a benchmarking case. Next, please. So this is the organization. Other than Division of Administration, 3 research is created under the president of GTC. Next slide, please. So it's created in 2011, and then recently they are growing their researchers and also their budget. So they became a very important think tank in the field of green growth policy. Next, please. So this is a research area, first research area of GTC. As you see here, they do some information analysis and also prediction. Prediction means technology foresight. So based on bibliometric data and also patent analysis, they do sort of technology foresight in the field of green growth, green technology. And next, please. And this is the second research area of GTC. They produce policy information and policy data, and also set up the platform for sharing the policy information in the field of green growth technology. So based on this policy information, they do their own setup, create their own policy alternatives, and also many other governmental agencies in the field of science and technology policy to get help from this information. And next, please. And thirdly, they also have a network and also sort of ODA for helping technology development in developing countries or other countries which needs technology and also policy in the field of green technology. And also I heard that BRIN has also collaboration with GTC annually, I guess. And next, please. this is also international collaboration. So lots of networks they involved in, and also they help governmental ministries in terms of networking, and collaborating in the field of technology collaboration internationally. So next, please. And also, sorry for the Korean character, but in the full report, I'm going to change in English. They do also some sort of R&D management, and also they operate R&D management system. And the left side is a guide for R&D program application. So they set up online system for evaluating and also accepting green R&D program. So based on the online system, they provide guidelines for R&D program application, and why we should do this R&D, and what can we do through this R&D program. So research content and also objectives should be provided in the system, and also the planning, the milestone should be provided. So this kind of detailed content should be filled up in the R&D system. So if some R&D actors, such as university researchers and also public research institute, they can be provided the ID in the system. So, previous. So right side is showing the page of the R&D system. So they get into by provision of ID in the R&D management system in green technology, and then they fill out the required information, such as the objectives of the R&D and the categories of R&D and the research plan or budgeting. So based on this information, GTC provide the preliminary assessment result right side down. So based on this system, many R&D actors can get some information whether they can be accepted as a green R&D, public green R&D program. So next, please. So actually, this is a sort of R&D program management process. The first ministries applied their own R&D program, and then there is a discussion with Ministry of Science and ICT, and under the Ministry of Science and ITC, Division of Science and Technology Innovation. So Division of Technology Innovation, they are sort of reviewer of the total ministry government R&D system. So they do sort of coordination of R&D between different ministries. So based on this discussion and their filling of program contents in the system, and then ministry, they do their R&D based on self-assessment. And then if self-assessment is not satisfactory, and then amendment revision has been realized. And key step is a national agency for R&D planning and implementation. So and also finally, the National Science Board, the specialist there in each categories, this is a sort of final process, and then they acknowledge this is a good R&D program, and then they the application sent to a National Assembly. So a budget is given to has been given to the R&D program application. So this is a general process of R&D management in South Korea. So in the during this process, GTC has specialized in for small and medium-sized R&D program in green technology. So they help R&D actors in universities and public institute for small and medium-sized green R&D program. So this is a very new role function of GTC. So this kind of function can be a good example for BRIN's role in the future. So finally, next slide, please. So it's this is a sort of summary. So we can summarize the GTC's role as a policy think tank in South Korea. Firstly, collection of information and statistics on green R&D technology, and operation of systemic green R&D policy evaluation at the national level. So they collect many data on the policy and also some quantitative data for showing the what's going on in R&D process. And thirdly, the networking was important. So international, internal, external, and overseas agencies. And also, finally, the management of small-sized green R&D. This was okay. This a little bit, there is some misunderstanding, but okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. The contents of slide has been a little bit different. I change it. This is a Korean case. So Korean GTC has implementing analysis of information of green R&D and foresight for green technology, as you see in the slide. And GTC also build a technology database and platform management based on policy information. And also GTC networks for international R&D collaboration and ODA program and global initiatives, global collaboration for sustainable developmental goals. And also, as I show a previous slide, the management of green R&D program. I have shown the online process, and so they do operate online application and evaluation on the website. So this is the function of Korean GTC's role. So please, moving to the previous slide. Yes, this is a suggestion of our research. So realistically, all the GTC's function cannot be simulated in BRIN. So I'd like to suggest some very basic function for BRIN. So firstly, you can collect information or statistics of green R&D in Indonesia. And secondly, you at the national level as a policy researcher, so you can formulate a green growth policy system in Indonesia, and then you can divide the process the agenda setting, decision making, implementation, and evaluation. So BRIN can do this kind of policy evaluation at the national level. So this work is a very initial stage for the developing green growth policy system in Indonesia, I guess. And thirdly, the networking is important. So internal actors, as we show in the previous presentation, so you have many R&D institute under the BRIN. So internally, some institutes and research center do R&D related to green growth technology. So BRIN can coordinate or merge or harmonize the green R&D in the BRIN, and also outside the business sectors or universities can do in the field of green R&D. So you can bind together the green R&D activities in Indonesia, and also the overseas agency is also important for BRIN's effort for green growth policy. And finally, a very small size green R&D or non-R&D program could be very important, as in the later stage, you can increase the size of the R&D budget, but initial stage, very small amount of money could be invested in R&D or non-R&D. Non-R&D means some collaboration or networking or sharing information in the field of green R&D system. So that could be a good start for BRIN's role for green growth policy. So this is the end of my presentation, and maybe Yuka could answer to my suggestion for the BRIN's role for green growth policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kwon. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause for Professor Kwon presentation. Okay, I think without further ado, let us hear Mas Yuka to present about the finding concerning about the green growth policy in Indonesia. Okay, Mas Yuka, time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Sophie. Good afternoon, Professor Kwon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to present about the finding of our team in Team 1 about the role of BRIN as a STI policy think tank to promote green growth policy in Indonesia. So, as Professor Kwon said to us about how is the Team 1 consult from to Korea. So we will learn much more from Korea, especially about the STI policy think tank related to green growth policy in Korea, and then we adjust to the Indonesian condition. I'm not alone here, so I'm with Professor Kwon as the expert. I with him has collaborated 3 years during pandemics, and today it is the first time I meet Professor Kwon and Professor Kim in 2019. Professor Kim, I meet you to this school. So it is very, very happy for us to face-to-face presentation. Okay, I and Mbak Sophie. Mbak Sophie is moderator, is the many expertise Mbak Sophie is, and then Mbak Anissa, Dr. Siti Anissa Silvia Rosa. Can you stand up, Anissa? Okay, and then Mbak Ria Jayanti. Can you stand up, Mbak Ria Jayanti? And Mbak Sophie and Professor Kwon and Adit is sick. He is sick. So I'm so sorry he cannot attend to this event. Okay, next, Mbak Sophie. It is the presentation online, but we will brief present about the green growth policy and the STI policy in Indonesia. Next, Mbak Sophie. Okay, it is the starting point for this study. we know about the natural resource-based economy, and then we move to the knowledge-based economy, and the last we move to green-based economy. For developing countries like Indonesia, the first one, the natural resource-based economy, is the homework, big homework, I think. And then the advanced country and the United Nations pursue us to developing countries to make like the knowledge-based economy. This is a bigger homework. And then we ask to be the green-based economy. Is this very big homework for Indonesia? Because it is make like the movement of the business process of economy from conventional, from competitive, and then from sustainable economy. So from Indonesia, especially in BRIN, Indonesia is developing countries. BRIN is the newest, the youngest institution in Indonesia about STI. It is like the biggest issue from this study. Next, Mbak Sophie. So why we should learn from the Korean? Because I think each country that want to be advanced country, we have faced many stages from the business for as usual, STI from competitive economy, and then STI for sustainable economy. So STI is not only for triggering economy development or competitiveness, but also for triggering green or sustainable development. Next. That I told to all of the attendee here. Industrial development versus sustainable development, like the contrary the project of development. Why? Because if we focus on industrial development, there is a FDI, technology transfer, brain drain, and many more. Fossil fuel is used to this economic development. But in sustainable development, we try to reduce issue of water and land pollution, carbonization, deforestation, and we towards to vehicle. For example, vehicle, electricity vehicle. So it is very contrast to Indonesian context, because we need natural resource to trigger to check up natural economic development. But in another hand, we are pursued with the sustainable development issue. That is why the concept of green economy development has become the buzzwords in this discussing, particularly in Team 1, because we have the sustainable and industrial goals, innovation, investment, competitiveness. So to make green economy development, we need green growth policy. Green growth policy is about STI, science, technology, innovation. So STI is the popular now, but most of people do not recognize what is the STI. So STI, human well-being, evidence, interest group, and political agenda is one of the part of the green growth policy. Next. Sebelumnya, yeah. So the study proposed how STI and evidence to be an important part in green growth policy. Why? Because green growth policy will contribute to the human well-being, sustainable economic development, and political agenda. So many actors are involved to this framework. Academician in the left set as a supplier of the STI evidence, then government as the broker, as the executor of the implementation of green growth, and then interest group and citizen participation are the actors as a beneficiaries, or they have the positive or negative impact of the green growth policy. Next. So it is the whole framework of the STI policy supporting green growth. So I think STI policy tank is a must or very required to make a green growth policy, because green growth policy should be based on the STI and evidence. Next. So it is the framework of Team 1 study. I will do not elaborate more because Professor Kwon has told to us about how Indonesia can adopt Korean system, not purely adopt, but maybe we adjust or we make adaptation to Indonesian context. Oke, dilanjut. Yes, this is the reason why we choose South Korea, because Indonesia and Korea, I think Indonesia and Korea has the same history. Korea began the economic development in 1960, Indonesia also in 1960, but Korea can move ahead, and Indonesia, okay, you can go ahead, and Indonesia still in position. So I think it is this point why Indonesia is starting in the same point to start with Korea to develop economy, but the result is different to Korea and Indonesia. But in the green growth policy, Korea and Indonesia has the same policy, like Indonesia has the Indonesian green growth policy framework 2016-2020, and now is extended from 2024, and maybe we have the G20 policy. And Korea, there is the long period green growth until 2050. And then national strategy for green growth is to promote not only to sustainable, but to develop industrial economy in Korea. I think that. Okay, this is the only the how is objectives of the study, like the describing contribution of GTC or Green Technology Center to green growth policy formulating in South Korea, and identifying key elements and designing specific mechanism of STI policy think tank focusing to green growth policy, and then adapting the practice of GTC as STI policy think tank to BRIN environment. We use many literatures, but I don't read more detail. We use STI. STI is part of the important element and today, because science, technology, and innovation is one of the part that cannot be separated at all. Science about the how discovery of new things, and technology about the application of knowledge, and then innovation how knowledge can be commercialized. So invention and commercialization is the innovation. So many literature divide the STI policy to three parts: science policy to support the knowledge, to support the scientists and publication, blah 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 blah. Technology policy support to the development of specific technologies, and then innovation policy supported all of the system, all of the element that contribute how to science technology can be commercialized to the market. Next, Mbak. It is okay. This same with the previous slide. Next, Mbak. Okay, policy think tank. That Professor Kwon elaborated about the how is think tank and what is the policy think tank. How do think tank unit work, and many more. We study of many literature about the policy think tank. We have the clue, at least three clues. The first think tank or policy think tank is an autonomous organization with the legal identity, and the second policy think tank helping to bridge the gap between knowledge to policy, and the last policy think tank is like the knowledge brokers. They connect academics, policymakers, and civil society. In other words, policy think tank is like the unit to translate of the scientific needs to be practical needs from the scientist to the policymaker. It is very important to this context. Next, Mbak. Okay, this is the type of the typology of think tank. So think tank is not only from the government, but also from the private. Even business also do think tank function, but it is dependent on the industrial needs and the industrial of the organization. Why they have a think tank. So we move to the green economy, green growth, and sustainable development. In the first time, our team is very curious about three terms: green growth, green economy, and sustainable development. But after team one study and consult to the Professor Kwon, we have the brief conclusion, not conclusion, brief understandings about the green growth, green economy, and sustainable development. So green economy is like the means of the tools how to achieve the economic or sustainable programs, while green growth is a policy that support, that trigger to achieve green economic goals. So in many literature, both in the scientific or the practical literature, green economic and green growth is very blurred. So sometimes literature cannot divide both terms, and then okay, green growth and green economy is the same, even though the literature explain the slightly differentiation of the two terms. Next. So maybe it is only like the brief understanding of the green economy, green growth, global green new deal. So it is not prevail commonly, but we can understand briefly how it are different about the green economy, green growth, and global green new deal. So like this one, the picture describe Green New Deal is a catalyst for green growth. Green growth is a policy contributes to the green economy. Green economy a means of achieving sustainable development. So we can say in this one, green growth is a policy, government policy to support, to foster economic growth, to bring about the economic aspect leading to the sustainable development. It is our point in team one. And this is only we want to make a different, like the blue economy, green economy, and the circular economy, because nowadays in this decade we hear many terms about the sustainable development, SDGs, economy, blue economy, and many more. So it is only for the scientific interest as of
kemarin memang ya saya buat permintaannya itu kalau bisa
scientific goals. Sorry. Can we continue? Okay, thank you. Okay, research. Okay, circular economy is a small one, part of the green economy. So this study not focus on circular economy, but focus on the green growth as a policy. Lanjut, Mbak. That as Professor Kwon suggest to BRIN team about the research method
dia berkolaborasi dengan kontribusi di sana, jadi bisa menetap nanti pada saat naik
Okay, thank you. So the first we conduct the study with the qualitative approach. Even though Professor Kwon showed our team to make clear about the quantitative process and mixed method, we will try to the after this meeting to make the advanced method of research. Data collection, in-depth interview, FGD, documentation, and literature studies. And we analysis technique with descriptive and elaborative technique by means of lesson learned from South Korea. The time of study period for May until October 2022, and we have interview with 4 actor, academician, NGO, government, and industry. And it is possible to add the interview with the related actor about the green growth policy. So we use analysis framework of policy capacity because BRIN is the new and the youngest institution about the R&D in Indonesia. So we need to identify, we need to map of what is the needs in BRIN. That is why we identify and we map the individual capacity, organizational capacity, and systemic capacity, because it is the very important for the new organization to make the new structure and new culture and then new business process. This is the triple helix policy capacity with involvement of the triple helix team. So it is a reason why team 1 interview with for actual academician, business, government, and the society, because green growth policy is not only from government, it's not only from industry, even though green growth is coined from the academician, but in practice, to make implementable green growth policy, the society, NGO, and many more actors must be involved. That is why triple helix is very appropriate to this study. We have two outputs of the research. The first, the policy report, and then the policy recommendation, because BRIN needs this study to as the one of the policy recommendation that is aimed to build the business process in BRIN. One of the policy recommendation is the STI policy supporting green growth policy in Indonesia, and it is will be proposed by our directorate, Dr. Dudi, as a directorate for research, technology, and innovation, policy formulation, and BRIN. So our directorate in future maybe it will be a think tank, especially STI policy think and green growth policy. Next. So it is result discussion. It is only brief overview of the figures in South Korea. Maybe Prof. Kron has explained more, so you can skip, but because it is the Korean, yes, it is Korean. Professor Kron has tell more. Next, yes. So I think Korean that Professor Kron told in previous presentation, Korean has the systemic organization, maybe like the Green Technology Center. We Korean have the policy, then it is working well. So we will learn about the South Korean, what is the key element, what is the maybe the policy or anything that make the GTC can be done, Professor Kwan. It is Indonesia. Indonesia is not separated from the global achievement of the SDGs, I think. So it is like the condition of the economic Indonesia. So report of the Indonesia green economic, it is not long ago, but it is new too. So green economic is one of the 6 strategies for Indonesia economic transformation. And I think G20 is the good moment for Indonesia to make or to foster economic development in Indonesia. So I think this data is very new. So the data of the economic, green economic, sustainable development, blah blah blah, Indonesia is very new. So I think this is good moment to make a green growth policy think tank. This is the 5 priority sector of economic circular Indonesia that I told before. We cannot focus on the circular economy, but in this only the brief description about the 5 priority sector of economic circular Indonesia. So from the smaller one, circular economy is one of the green economic aspect. From the smaller one, we can promote the green growth policy. We start from the smaller one. We start from the early one, and maybe it is the good starting point. So green growth policy is not only macro policy, but we also promote. We also push the smaller one activities like the circular economy. Okay, next. Okay, this is an overview of G20 Indonesia. So we have many transformation from the global architecture, transformation, and sustainable energy transition. Indonesia is facing a number of key challenges about the green growth that I told you before. Next, Mbak.
Mas Yuka, you have 4 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Lanjut, this is the roadmap. It is the this is the point type of policy or the what does BRIN in this term PRTI, Directorate of Policy Formulation, to contribute to the green growth framework in Indonesia. The first, technology mandates, and the second, R&D innovation support. Even though we have the type of policies that support implementation of the green growth, but BRIN, especially on our directorate, will limit the aspect at least technology mandate and R&D innovation support, because we focus on the STI policy and studies. Okay, now how capacity? This is a capacity to create a STI policy think tank. This is the one of the Mr. Yudo Baskoro presented before, so I don't repeat again. This is the deputy 1 and deputy 2, and we are in deputy 2. Deputy 2 about the sun technology innovation policy, and then deputy 1 about the sectoral development policy. So it is very different deputy, but in deputy 1 and deputy 2 we have the researchers about the policy. The deputy 1 policy of the development in the many areas, and the deputy 2 is the researcher of the policy in the STI. It is the structure of hierarchy of deputy 2 or Bu Deputy, Dr. Yasti, Deputy Foresight and Innovation Policy, Bu Asti, Deputy Secretary, Mr. Yudo, Director for Policy Formulation is Dr. Dudi, and then we have the directorate to support to the STI policy in Djibouti. So it is why I must explain the structure, because it is very important to make the base of the STI policy think tank in BRIN. Next. So it is only business process. We have the indicator measurement. We have STI policy formulation, and we have STI policy evaluation. So we hope 3 directorate will join and will work together to make a policy in STI and then implement and then evaluate. So evidence based, we can start to it from here. That is why we have 3 ways. It is only draft, Professor Kon, not fixed. So our team needs input, needs the idea from all of you about this scheme, because we are from team 1 propose the like draft of how to build a STI policy think tank to grow green growth policy. So the first, creating share value, and the second, preparing existing resources and potential resources, and the third, designing organizational structure based on share value. So share value, we will starting from the share value in individual groups. That I said before. We use the policy capacity divide into the 3 level: individual level capacity, organizational level capacity, and systemic level capacity. So we make a share value of factor from individual about the green growth economy and sustainable development, and then to the organization, creating share value to organization in the same topics, and then how creating share value perspective of system. So the organization, Simpson 2009 said that the organization will work if there is the commitment, there is the consolidation, there is share value from the individual, organization, and then system. So we and the second, policy capacity stocking. This is from my lecturer, from Bapak Fadila Putra, told about how to describe what is the existing resource and what is the potential resource. We have many resources, existing and potential resources. The first, human resources. We have many researcher, policy analysis, engineer, blah 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 blah, and we move to the specialist researcher and policy analysis to STI, green growth sustainable. And the second, we have organizational structure that I told before, and we hope to the structure to be agile and organic organization system, because think tank need the organic and agile organization system. And then governmental budget we have, but we also have plan to make additional budget from external and the hybrid budget. And national global network we have, but we want to widen national and global network in widening national and global network in STI, green growth, and renewable energy source. And the 5, we have the close stakeholder at central government level, but we should widen stakeholder at local government level at many sectors related to the green growth. And the 6, we have regulation and legal documents to reinforce public organization structure. And we should make the regulation or legal documents supporting the STI policy think tank. And the last, we have infrastructure, but we have also the supporting infrastructure like the policy analysis tools, publication assistant, and many more. So it is only the brief description for Dr. Mohammed from UTM. Sebelum itu. Terlalu cepat. Satu lagi. Yes, it is the policy as a journey. So I think the first activities that STI policy think tank can be done. The first, the identifying and understanding issues, and the second, in the right set, determining targets and goals. So the one in left set and the second right set is the first point to start the policy think tank. And then we determine about the effort to achieve goals, and we have the arranging or write the policy document. And then point 5, 6, and 7 is the policy journey from implementation, evaluation, and review. That is why policy think tank is not only policy think tank this as a unit, but policy think tank should have the clear target and clear document how to achieve the target. It is the draft of our team 1. So in the left side, STI policy think tank is consisting of the R&D based discovery, green growth in engineering industry. Then we collaborate with NGO and academician. So it is the supplier of the evidence and the STI. Then the right side, national green growth is the commercialist to user. It is the user of the STI policy think tank. So government has role in both of sides, supplier and the user. This the proposing organization structure designed with agree common values. So agree or share understanding or share a value of the individual organization is very important, and it is the first step to make a STI policy think tank. So in the right side, it is the supplier of STI and green growth studies. Our directorate can receive many knowledge information to the from the directorate or deputy or the many research center in BRIN, from universities, policy analysis agencies, industry, and NGO. Because issue of STI and green growth in Indonesia, it is not only in BRIN but in external BRIN we not accommodate it. And then directorate or PKRTA or our directorate, the function is to formulate policy of STI, and then supported by STI policy studies related to green growth policy. So our directorate is a interpreter from STI and green growth studies to STI and green growth policy. So it is the critical role that can be played after as you suggest long discussion. So I think it is not only 1 year discussion with Professor Kon, but it's the accumulation, Professor Kon, from 2022, 2021, and then 2022 that you many give insight to us. So it is maybe accumulation of knowledge during 3 years. And then the user policy stakeholder like BRIN, Ministry of Environment, Forestry, National Planning, and Government actor, they are the users of this policy. And then and they also formulate the policy about the green growth. But how to the stakeholder in the right set can formulate the policy of the green growth is based on our directorate. This is the new scheme that we propose. Next, Mbak.
Yeah, Mas Yuka, please
Yeah.
speed up.
Sudah,
Because
plus
your time
lagi.
is- Okay.
There's lagi. Okay, two slides more. This is the type of the research center related to the green growth. Because before BRIN, we have many research center in Indonesia, BPPT, green growth technology, and maybe Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Fishery. But now we are integrated in one structure, BRIN, and the names it is very new. I don't know more detail about the research center, but it is the mapping of the research center related to the green growth or economic growth in Indonesia. Next, Mbak. Okay, the last point is to create a STI policy think tank for supporting green growth policy in Indonesia. The first STI policy think tank in the PKRTI, our directorate, Dr. Dudi is a director, should be autonomous and independent unit. And the second think tank in PKRTI BRIN should be supported by evidence, policy, STI, and green economic studies. And the third PKRTI BRIN should be supported by visible implemented resources. So even though we have the many resources like budget, human software, and many more, but I think it is very important to make the visible implemented through visible implemented resources. And the fourth STI think tank should be supported by external cooperation, not only BRIN or all of BRIN, but also from the government, outside of the BRIN, society, industry, academician, and then STI think tank supported by the stakeholder, not only in BRIN, but the user of the green growth stakeholder in outside of the BRIN. And the last, we need the environment, we need the climate to make a BRIN, to make a stabilization think tank in BRIN can be agile in the organization. I think it is very enough, and thank you for you, Professor Khan. Thank you, Professor Kim, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to Mas Yuka. Okay, as you probably aware that we also conducted this dissemination forum through online also. So we conducted a hybrid meeting for today's event. So up until this hour, we have around 72 participants that is joining us through the Zoom meeting. So I think we open the discussion sessions for this time. So everyone, including all of the participants in Zoom meeting, if you have any comment or a question concerning about the topics for our first session, which is the BRIN's role for green growth policy in Indonesia. So please raise your hand. For those of you in the Zoom, or maybe all of you that is attended offline in here. Should you have any question, please raise your hand and please speak up. Okay, I think we still don't have any comments from the Zoom room. So while waiting for participants to give a comment, so if I may summarize from our both speakers for the first session. So from Dr. Kwon, Professor Kwon points of view that since GTC is already already have a systemic organization as think tank policy, and it became an example for other countries for to see how the think tank policy organization was especially in terms of the green growth activities, and you suggest about 4 things for BRIN's role as a green growth policy think tank, which is the analysis of information of green R&D and foresight for green technology, and also concerning about the operation of platform based on policy information system, and also networking for international R&D collaboration or official development assistance, and also global initiative for SDGs, and last but not least, concerning about you suggest about the management of green R&D program based on operation of application and evaluation system online. Right, Professor. Okay, well, based from Mas Yuka's team concerning about the how to put BRINs, especially BRIN roles in terms of green growth policy in Indonesia and building the STI policy think tank, especially at the Directorate of PKRTI. Mas Yuka and team suggest about three items, which is we need to create the shared values of actors and then preparing existing resources and potential resources, and also designing organizational structure based on a shared value. But the conclusion that is informed by Mas Yuka, I think it is similar with Professor Kwon's suggestion. Okay. Yeah, I think. Do we have any question from the?
Yeah, it's some comparison between two presentations. I'd like actually my presentation is based on bottom-up approach. So we investigate how the working mechanism of GTC, Green Growth Policy think tank in South Korea, and then we identify some core functions of the Green Growth Policy think tank in South Korea, and then suggest for BRIN's role as a Green Growth Policy think tank in Indonesia. But the Yuka's presentation is more about the top-down approach.
Yes.
He suggests some typology or the organization, governance structure of Indonesian or BRIN's agencies, and then he suggests some framework or vision or categorization or the direction of the BRIN's role for Green Growth Policy. That's the difference, I
Yes.
guess.
Yes.
And so tomorrow we are going to have a discussion in team 1. So we have to sort out, integrate the two different approaches as
Yes.
one big good framework, and then we can describe more efficiently for suggestion of Green Growth Policy think tank role.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kwon. Yeah, I think it's a big difference, especially from the approach. One is from the bottom up and one is from top down. So I think we will have more intense discussion tomorrow concerning about how to integrate the
Yes.
approach and become because at the end we need to make some recommendation for our leaders in BRIN concerning about the BRIN's role, how exactly the role of BRIN as a think tank policy in terms of green growth in Indonesia. Yeah.
Yeah, and also some collaboration and coordination between
Yes.
the different agencies under the BRIN is very important, I guess. So maybe some systematic or some overall consensus about the
Yes.
think tank's role as a BRIN is needed, I think.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mas Yuka. Do you have any comment?
Thank you, Professor Kwon, for your comments, and Mbak Sophie for your moderator. Yes, Professor Kwon, we are from team 1, based on the structure of organization. So maybe it is looks like the top to down, up down, and you from the bottom up. I think maybe it is different perspective from you and from us, because our team one needs from Korea to build from the bottom up to the top down to the organization structure. And in our case in team 1, I think why we choose the top down approach to build a STI Policy think tank, because we don't have like we have two reasons. The first, we don't have the finished process because we are the new organization. So we start from the legal aspect, and then we cascade to the bottom. And the second, the system is very new in the Indonesia. Even though friendly environment, green economy has become issue few years ago, but government of Indonesia more focused in this year, particularly in the G20, and it brings about the discussion about the green growth, discussion about the green economy, and people who are aware of this topic. It's new, it's very new, emerged to this time. I think so.
Okay, thank you, Mas Yuka, and also Professor Kwon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's wrap for our first session of the. Oh, okay, sorry. We have one comment. Okay. Please introduce your name.
Very much for the chance. My name is Adrida Pulungan. I'm from the Secretary General, House of Regional Representative of Republic of Indonesia. I was policy analyst. Very good presentation, Mr. Prof. Ki Kim and also Mr. Anugrah Yuka Asmara. I see both perspective between Indonesia and Korea, South Korea. I was very interested with the programs like we try to push the science, technology, and innovations as a kind of, like said, the part that come to the policy of green policy, but very important also in your mapping of and the process of the green policy that you mentioned before here is in the perspective of South Korea. You have a very big pictures and a very long process, and until you come to the policy, and the policy was accepted by most of the sectors, and it already be like pilot project that you could implement in every countries, maybe especially Indonesia. But when you talk about the local government, it was the big, how to say, the big community that will be accepted this policy, such as the meaning of green life in our society. It was also the process. You can see in the big city, in urban, or in a village. But would you like to give some examples, like some of the technology in Korea that also implemented in the local governments of your countries that also could be implemented in Indonesia? Because why? The small policy, like nowadays, maybe we can see in Jakarta now, you can see all over Jakarta, they're trying to separate it like this one. There is now, if you come to some places in Jakarta, you can put the plastic and put on the machine, and finally they will be recycling that, and it will be get at some point, and they can buy anything from this. It's kind of a simple science and technology in our country, especially Jakarta. But if you can go far from now 37 provinces, you will be amazing because nobody is understanding how this is the dissemination of policy, right? But even how to manage the rubbish and how it was implemented in our society, it needs a long literacy, how to put like that. So please give us some of sample in your countries that it's also very good to implement it in some of the village or in some of the area that very easy to implement it. And then when we trying to grab this issue as a kind of a policy in our country, so it was acceptable. As we see in the G20 for the 3 issue, one of the issue is like the Mr. Yuke say, green policy. I have experience in 2011, Mr. Prof. So we already know about like climate change issue, but can be divided also into green issue like now. And everywhere now, if you can see in the city, we see flood and everything just because we don't implement it, the science and technology to be some of the simple way. We feel that science is very high. Yeah, technology is very high. Need much budget, as mentioned by Mr. Anugrah. They said we need to make collaboration with many sectors. We have existing resources, and we also have another resources. So would you like to share us, because this is like a good room for us, yeah? Because we know South Korea, even our President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono also engaged with South Korea about the green policy. Thank you very much. And also for Mr. Yuka, thank you for your presentation. I was interested about how to make collaborations between the governments, and also what mentioned by Mr. Prof. Suk, that he said not only the ministry may be included, but also another things like while he and also we can going with the climate change, some of the groups. So it could be kind of a simple things, but everybody understanding that the disseminations of the policy, the green policy, it could be implemented. Thank you very long, very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Time is
Ibu
running
Elfrida.
out.
Okay.
I'm going to provide very short answer. Actually, the green policy and regional policy is a really difficult one because the policy capacity, policy capability of the region should be rise, and then they can implement the policy. So recently, Korean government want to give empowering regional government. So as an example, the local government, central government just give grant money, and then local government can plan their considering their own environment. So that is, I think, is an effective way of budget R&D budgeting for regional government. So maybe later we can exchange the information. So that's the short answer.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kwon. Yeah, I think concerning about the values of society and also how to raising the awareness, especially for people outside big cities in Indonesia, it's a big homework, I think, for our government, especially in terms of how to create the awareness to live green, right? Yeah, Mas Yuka, do you have short comments?
Yeah, thank you, Bu. Terima kasih. I think how to make cooperation between government and NGO and cities in the policy think tank. We know, maybe Professor Kwon, if I'm wrong, you can make correction. In the supply of the knowledge, the supply of knowledge in the left side, there is academician, there is the NGO industry. How is the knowledge through that? I think involvement of the NGO or the business can be conducted in this process, producing knowledge. Before formulating policy, we discuss formally or informally. So we have the community, we have the strength of the informal association or Pak Toto, this is the head of the policy analysis. I think one of the ways that AKI is the Policy Analysis Association of Indonesia, it is very important to make closer all of the stakeholders. Why? Because if the issue or the suggestion come to the government, it is very limited to involve NGO and more actor. That is why we should make a major about the issue. We call it setting agenda. So we fight to this issue and then we write the issue and deliver to the government. I think this the involvement. Itu Ibu, mungkin kita bisa discuss more with Pak Toto. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. I think because the time is very limited, I would like to say thank you for your participation in session 1. So give a big applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Kwon and Mas Yuka. Okay, now we come to the second session that will be hosted by Mbak Dian. Mbak Dian, you may start the second session.
Okay, because the time limitation, I would like to start to introduce the second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
With this, yes.
왼쪽과 앞으로, 오른쪽과 뒤로. 양무대.
됐어요. 네.
Ready? Okay. Okay, I would like to introduce the second speakers of this afternoon session from STEPI representative, Professor Kim and Dr. Lee, and then also from the Indonesian or from BRIN, Mr. Maulana Akbar. I would like to little bit give a short description about what they are talking about. They will talk about the human resource capacity development for human resource science and technology, learning from South Korea. Professor Kim, would you like to start your presentation?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy and grateful for being here, especially during the Corona pandemic years. I hope you are all well and healthy. And my presentation about human capital development. I prepared this presentation with Dr. Lee over there together. This is on contents. This slide shows Korea is number 5 in the world in terms of the number of researchers. And the theme of my presentation is how was it possible for Korea to achieve this remarkable change during the past 5 decades. 잘 안 들려요? 마이크? Okay. Can you hear me well? Okay. This slide about shows the number of researchers in worldwide comparison, and Korea is number 5. So my topic is how was it possible for Korea to realize this remarkable change during the last decade. From this one and in these two slides,
Science and technology has brought us more benefits and happiness.
general overview of Korean manpower policy during the last 5 decades. Can you hear me well? Okay. Yeah. And I separate two stages. In the first stage, on this slide, the main target of Korean manpower policy was to have enough people, enough scientists and engineers. So the best way for that was to attract Korean scientists and engineers who trains abroad. Abroad means United States or European countries or Japan and so on. So anyway, the first target was to have enough scientists. And the best way for that was to invite or attract Korean scientists who trains abroad. That was the first approach. And second one was to promote technicians, not scientists, because in the early stage of industrial development, more required was technicians for the industrial purpose, not scientists for the basic research and so on. After 2004, it was the criteria was the enactment of the Law Special Act for scientists and engineers. Then the Korean system get to be more sophisticated and diversified. And you can imagine the way the Korean government is working is first to make special act or basic act or framework act, and then also to make here master plans to implement the act. So in 2004, when the Korean government enacted the special act, that means the Korean system is getting sophisticated and advanced. So on this slide, you can see the contents of special act and the 5-year master plans. The main target was innovating university research and nurturing core researchers and promoting university and industry collaboration, and also researcher manpower welfare and infrastructures and on. This slide shows the main content of special act. Is a little bit sophisticated. This one is more simpler. So the act contains regulations for 5-year master plans and requires a regular survey for the current status of human resources, and also other policy tools, including scholarship programs, promoting research university, and also re-educating or retraining the researchers and so on. And regarding utilization of manpower, utilization means to allow to get the position of public officials in order to they have more influence in the policy making process. That's the main contents of the special act. And this slide is about master plans. Actually, master plan is more important than the special act itself, because the act is more or less abstract, but master plan contains detailed policy tools or measures what the government should do in order to promote the human resources. Once again, the number one is to innovating university education. Here, university education means to promote research university, particularly regarding to grad school programs, not undergraduate. To promote research-oriented grad schools with global excellence was the goal of the Korean government. And then also to promote qualified researchers and strengthening university industry collaboration is the same one. Okay, this one is the master plan, and this master plan is regularly updated on the basis of 5 years cycle. So the first act of master plan was established in 2006. As of this year, maybe we have the fourth master plans and so on. So when you survey, look at the master plans, we can easily understand the development of a Korean policy tools or measures and so on. Based on my exploration in background, from now on, I look at some key features regarding manpower policy in Korea. From this slide, in the following 2 or 3 slides, this one, I discussed the importance of researchers trained abroad, or PhD holders who are studies in advanced countries and then come back to Korea. So when you look at this table, in the early years, in 1965, the PhD holders from national-wide average of university professors. And this one is more specified. Regarding natural science and engineering science, the portion of professors who got their PhDs abroad takes a little bit more than 40%. But this is once again the national average. But when you look at the professors at top university in Korea, then the portion of professors trained abroad is absolutely dominantly the major groups. I guess is more than 80 or 90%. So that means how active Korea has been sending people in advanced countries and getting good, make them have good education, and they come back to Korea. And at university, they teach and they research, and also they promote next generation student. That is kind of brain circulation in Korean way. This slide is about science high schools. That was the first high school was established in 1983. The high school here is top elite high schools. So from the point of middle school young student, in order to enter these high schools, they needed to be top number 1 or 2% school performance. That's remarkable. This slide is very, very important because it is to promote so-called research oriented universities, and it's about Bring Korea 21 project. The main target was to promote research oriented universities by means of giving grad students more scholarships, and also supporting living costs and so on. Here, in the first stage, the main target was to reform the grad school education systems, and it has 7 years a cycle. So as of today, we are having stage 4 BK21 project. So in the first stage, we supported 438 project groups in 72 universities, and total size of budget is annual budget was 1.34 trillion won. It corresponds around $1 billion US. So what I mean is, when Indonesian government is sincerely trying to invest $1 billion every year, then in some years later, you have a lot of human capitals, young, brilliant student in your country. This one is about KAIST. KAIST is a special university established by the Korean government in 1971. And what remarkable is that it's not under the charge of Ministry of Education. It is supported by Ministry of Science and Technology. So the government can make a special treatment, special promotion to the KAIST. And the UST, this one is the grad school university established by the Joint Cooperation of Government Research Institute. Maybe BRIN can consider to have this kind of approach to establish educational institutions. This slide is about the Indonesian ambassador to Korea is, how can I say his name? Hadi. Am I right? Hadi is ambassador to Seoul, has met the president of the UST in this year. Okay, I'm trying to summarize my presentation. We can have some perspectives to discuss this slide. The first perspective, in the eye of a young student, if you are a brilliant young student, one way is to enter science high school. And then after that, we can go to KAIST or other brilliant Korean universities, top class universities. So high school and college levels, undergraduate school. And here you can make undergraduate and grad school programs. And afterward, you also have possibility to go to abroad to get PhD. Then after that, you can come back to Korea to become a researcher at Government Research Institute, or become university professor, or being manager at big companies like Samsung or Hyundai and so on. And the second perspective to discuss this slide is the time sequence in building up the national system. The first was 1967. Korea established the first government institute that's called KIST, Korean Institute of Science Technology. It is one of the 25 government research institute. Just remember, it was 1967. Afterward, in 1971, Korea has established research centers university, KAIST. And then after that, in 1983, Korea also established science high schools. And then in 1999, the BK project for the research grad school research activities in the universities, the BK21 was introduced in 1999. So when you check the years, you can follow the sequence, how Korea has developed its educational system and so on. Now, finally, the third point is the importance of scientists trained abroad. So in the initial years, in the early years, that's all Korea has got regarding the scientists or engineers who were trained in abroad. And they come back to Korea. They became eventually researchers at Government Research Institute, or university professors, or managers at the big companies, so on. And now Korea has already entered to the self-training of scientists. So we started from scientists abroad. Now we have entered the stage of self-production of scientists and so on. The main framework for this one is, the policy tools was the SNT Promotion Act. The first act was in 1967, but the act was changes to keeping focus on the human factors, Act on support of scientists and engineers in 2004, and following 5-year plans and so on. The Act and Master Plan was the main policy tools. Just some photos. This one is the KIST, 1971. This one was the KIST. KIST means 1967, the first government research institute. And KIST, 1971, the first science centers university under the charge of Ministry of Science and Technology. And this one is the Seoul National University. It's kind of University of Indonesia in Korea. So the university started to develop in 1990s. The BK21 project in 1999 was main target to promote these grad school programs. And here we have famous Samsung semiconductor, also kind of mobile phones, and Hyundai is electronic automobile and robots, and also self-selling ships and Aegis destroyer, and LG is LG display and electronic car battery. So I want to show you with these photos the importance of industry, companies, economy. So this kind of things. And last week, with my partner, Dr. Maulana, we have discussed these questions. So we had 4 discussion issues. The first one was how to increase the number of doctoral researchers. And so we need to look at the role of university, the contribution made by university to the human resource system. In Korean case, in the early years of industrialization, the role of university was just was in teaching, not in research. In teaching and training young students and sending them to industry. The stage, university mainly focus on the supply of well-educated workforce, not the transfer of R&D result. Instead, university the technology transfer was indirect. So at the high school level, the first science high school was called Gyeonggi High School, was established in 1983, and afterwards we have about 20 high schools. So that one. Okay. The second question was about the researchers civil service system, but there is a fundamental difference between Korea and Indonesia. In Indonesia, the researchers at Public Research Institute belong to government sector. You are civil servant. But in our case, we have three different sectors. Here, government sector and private sector. It is easy to understand, but we have another additional, the third sector, so-called quasi-government sector. And to this quasi-government sector belong to public research institutions. So a researcher at Government Research Institute belong to this quasi-government sector, and his or her position is they are not public officials. They are just civilians, but with public duties. And this quasi-government sector was made possible by the Act on the Management of Public Institutions. So therefore, it is not easy to directly compare the service system between our two countries, but just bear in mind there is this kind of difference. But actually, regarding salary or treatment, the researchers at Government Research Institute, they are well treated, better than the public officers in the ministries, because they are PhD holders. It's just my joke. Okay, sorry. And number 3 was about the research, our research university. For that, I just refer to my presentation about PK21 programs. And number 4 was how to implement mobility from university to industry. So last week, I met the STEPI's former president, Dr. Choi Young-nak, and we talked about some hours. He told me this concept, demand-centric STI plans. And here, demand-centric means demand-led or firm-specific or industry-led policies. So this is my expression: economy or industry come first, and STI or STI human policy comes second. What importance is the development of industry. Therefore, I showed you Samsung, Hyundai, and LG, and so on. So to have good mobility, we have industry. We have to demand first, then schools or university meet the demand by supplying human resources. And demand-centric STI plans was implemented in Korean case. For example, we have 5-year STI plans, but these plans should be coordinated with the 5-year economic plans. So this means STI is key instrument for the development of economy or national development and so on. Regarding specific measures to promote university and industry collaboration, we had engineering regional center or science regional center programs in the 1990s. And recently, we got to make so-called contract faculties. A company make a contract with a university to establish a program, so-called semiconductor or automobile or shipbuilding, so on. And then they recruit the graduate of from the contract faculties to their companies. and startups from the university is also a good example how to realize university research into industrial utilization, so on. Yeah, that's my presentation, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Take a moment to listen.
Test. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence to this second sessions. My name is Paulana Akbar, and we are the second team that focus on human capital development of human resource in technology in Indonesia, learning from Korea. This is my honor to be here to talk with you and discuss how Indonesia can learn what Korean experiences in regarding developing human capital. Next. Yes, this is our background, why we are need comparing, analyzing and learning from Korean experiences. We can see the square at the left on the screen that in 2015 we have component input, output, and outcomes in the form of macroeconomic indicators in National Research Master Plan in 2015 regarding like GDP, GERD, number, productivity, and researcher is our target in 2045 is as a similar number with the Korea in 2015. So means that we have 30 years gap between Indonesia and Korea, and how we can learn to catch up and to learning what Korean. Of course, we are starting from the context of Korea. The methodology is the context of the Korea, what the success factor of Korea, and see on Indonesian context. First is how does Korea develop human capital in the field of science and technology. The second is how are the current strategy of Indonesia, and the last one is how what are recommendations to improve human capital in Indonesia, human resource in science and technology in Asia. Next, this is current status of human resource in science and technology in Indonesia. Next, we can see that this is the lecturer number since 2016 to 2021. We have the right number of lecturer from about 2 million to 3 million lecturer. However, we can see that the lecturer that were hold the doctorate degree is still low. We can see that only 11 to 12% the lecturers are hold doctorate degree. The most of them are has a master degree. This is why we need one of the main policy that we need to recommend is how to boost the doctoral human resource. In this case is researcher and lecturer. Definition of HRST from Canberra Manual defines as anyone who has complete an SNT higher education and those who work in SNT field. But that was very broad in our definition based on Law 11 2019. There are only 3 category of researcher, which are researcher, lecturer, and engineer. Next, this is the proportion of researcher engineer in 2020. 55% the researcher in Indonesia hold master degree, and only 24% hold doctoral degree. Similar to researcher, the engineer, about 46% hold master degree, and only 8% hold doctoral degree. Next. This is the comparing statistic between Indonesia and Korea regarding human capital, human resource development. We can see the small graph on the right, GDP and export. We can see that before 1980s, Indonesia and Korea has similar trends. But after 1980s, the acceleration of Korea growth, the growth of Korea accelerations left Indonesia behind. And also from the last high tech intensity export, we can see even though both Indonesia and Korea has up and down statistics, but the accelerations of Korea is bigger than Indonesia. So the trend is the proportion between Indonesia and Korea tend to be decrease. Next. This is also the comparison between education system in Korea and Indonesia. From education system, we can see that we have similar education system. 6 for elementary school, 3 for junior high school, 3 for senior or vocational high school, and 4 for polytechnic or university. And the number of university in Indonesia, we have more than 4,000 universities, and in Korea has about no more than 500 universities. But the university that enter the top global 1,000, Indonesia have 9 universities and Korea have 30 universities. 6 of them are top 100 university. This is population with tertiary educations. Indonesia is 16.7% and Korea 50.7%. These statistics refer that how many populations of Korea and Indonesia hold at least higher education. So this is overview HRC development policy in Korea and Indonesia. This one, Professor Kim already mentions how the policy in Korea from 1960 to 2000. Basically, we have similar pattern. First is how we support high intensity production labor from vocational and higher, from vocational and senior high school labor, and then live up to qualified human resource and technology. Next, in Indonesia, from 1950 to 1970s, for example, after independence, Indonesia only have 500 graduate students. And in 1968, we only have 21,000. And between 50 and 70s, there is a shortage of researcher in 20 GRI. More than 80% are STEM researcher. At that area, the policy, we do not provide a scholarship for Indonesians, but they are training and internships researcher from high school and university background. Moved to 1970s to 1980s. we focus to industry that process raw material into finished goods, labor intensive industrial movement that needs the high number of vocational graduates. And from 80 to 90s, the initiation of policy of development HRST under B.J. Habibie, we try to send our Indonesian to overseas from Habibie Award, start from 1982. In 90 and 2000, we live up to eradicate literacy to 0% and require people to have 9 years compulsory education. In 2022, LPDP scholarships for overseas graduates in 2013, 12 years compulsory education in 2015, Reset Pro for HRSD scholarships and training in 2012. One policy that very important for us is Law 11/2019. We also renewed the law of industry in 2014 that put research and researcher in the discussion of the policy. And in 2020, we have a big movement that is integrating GRI under BRIN. Move to the next slide. Okay, this is the law of 11/2019 related to HRSD developments. We can see that this law is similar to that Korean law that how to promoting research, human resource and technology, how to develop HRSD, how to I can say that this policy explained the development of HRSD is a part of the government responsibility. Next, this is the issues and recommendations. The recommendation number 1 is the availability of advantageous HRSD scholarship and training programs. From Sakop Plus and GN Woodhull, Human Capital is investing in both formal and informal education and training. So we can say that the two program of Human Capital is education, scholarship, and training. This is the current Indonesian scholarship by governments. There are at least 5 ministries that provide scholarship for HRSD. The HRSD coverage and the level coverage. There is a little bit issue when we want to boost PhD holder because not all scholarship provide for the PhD education. The most of them are for the master degree programs, and the coverage, not all education background that is covered by the scholarships. And next, so we see that there are two the backbone scholarship in Indonesia, that is LPDP and the research programs. We can see that to increasing the doctoral HRSD, there are several ways. The first is from the international scholarships. We can see that from for example, like Astronaut Award, Zevenings, university scholarships, and other scholarship fundings. And from the government scholarships, Statistic for Bappenas and Kominfo. And the last one is our recommending is because LPDP and master by degree research are become the backbone of scholarship for HRSD. We think that this is important to incorporating BRIN's degree-based research into LPDP ecosystem to provide special scholarship for researchers, lecturers, and engineers that will help increase the number of doctoral HRSD in Indonesia. So this is important for us to to provide a scholarship that is targeted to HRSD. So this is the recommendation number 1. And next, the number 2 is optimization the capacity of HRSD through knowledge transfer by mobility. We can see that there is a relation between BRIN, university, ecosystem, and industry. First is the improvement capacity of HRSD based on scholarships to university. Then the second one is the mobility from BRIN, SGRA, and also university ecosystem, and also to industry. We have several current policy that providing all of this, but there are several issues. The first is mobility from lecturer to GRA is still very limited and still very new, like postdoctoral under BRINs. Mobility of GRA and university to industry is still very limited also. That not meet the requirement of civil servants. Yes, the number 3 is next. This is the construct a more flexible government researcher. As Professor Kim mentioned before, that in Korea, researcher and civil servant are clearly separated. Researchers are in the third sector between private and employee and civil servants. So each GRA has the flexibility to determine their needs, recruit, pay, and build an independent staffing systems. But the problem is in Indonesia, researcher and lecturer at the state university in Indonesia have the same level as civil servants. Some regulation on HR development sometimes conflict with the civil servant regulation. For example, like startup ownerships, mobility, and that issue that require flexibility for HRSD. Probably it might to be extreme to convert researcher into the trade sector worker like Korea on other countries did, but the regulation this is need to make regulation that make lecturers and researchers more constrained or flexible by regulation, and flexible are required. And the last one is strength BRIN and university relationship to meet the future needs. We learn from KAIS and UTS that under Ministry of Science and Technology, if I'm not mistaken, that the government has a control to meet and plan the future needs of HRSD and GRA to university. There are several tools that we think become the alternative to increase human capital. First is from the research funding collaborations like set research funding, integrated UN research, and research infrastructure like sharing lab or joint venture laboratory, and licensing transfer, and institutions. University under BRINs, this is look important but not today. And the alternative is strength BRIN and university collaboration to establish special department to fill the BRIN needs in the future. So that all the recommendations, because actually we already, this is our third year of collaborations, but this is our first year to talk about human capital issues. So we are starting from the scratch. It looks more general to giving recommendations, but hopefully tomorrow probably we can talk one issues and see how Indonesia can apply and solve this issue. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you very much for both speakers. Now it's time for the question of discussion. I would like to raise a question for the audience. If you want to ask question for the speakers, would you mind to raise your hand? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Heni Kurniasi. I'm from the Semeru Research Institute. Thank you very much, Professor Sung So Kim, for your excellent presentation. I have questions regarding the evolution of the human capital in STA Korea. I was interested in the development of science high school, particularly to nurture the generation of scientists in Korea and their potential contribution. I was looking at your presentation, I may be wrong, but I saw that it grows around 20 science high school now. My question is, one, first, in regard to it, like this policy is kind of picking the winner, right? To provide opportunity for high talented people to choose the research career in the future with some options available there. My question on that is, how did you provide incentives when the program was started, so that this attracted the best talent of Korea to actually going to this selective path? And because it will be long term, how you how Korea was able to sustain the interest of this future generation talent. The second question, it is maybe something not discussed here, but I would like to also see another side of the focus on picking up the winner, which is the possibility of inequality issues. Is there any issues or challenge you identified when you provide more resources for this science high school and the other pathway? It means there are specific resources are allocated there, and it means there are other areas where the resources maybe not provided for that. And is there any potential impacts, or if there is any research about the impacts of focusing on these talented groups and the impacts to the others? For example, the gap between the high-level achieving scientists and the lower level in general, or the lack of attention to other aspects of education at that high school to higher education level that is have to be what is sacrificed in the sacrifice for the purpose of this progress. Thank you very much, Professor, and I really enjoyed the presentation today and learn a lot from what happened in Korea. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to invite two more questions from the audience. There is more questions. Okay, if there is no more questions, would you like to answer? Okay.
First of all, thank you for the question. And regarding the science high school, actually your question made me to think about what is education for, something like that. It's remarkable, in Korea, regarding the promotion of a science high schools, to the general public, there is no kind of dispute of a sense of inequality. There are some kind of high schools in Korea. Is science high schools, high schools for specified foreign languages and so on. There are some kind of different type of elite high schools. For the other type of elite high schools, there is social conflict whether to allow this type of high schools or to demolish it and so on. But regarding high school, science high schools, it's remarkable. There's no conflict about this. And this means, I believe there is kind of national consensus among the general public that Korea needs to promote science technology. And again, this science high school is top class high schools. To enter this high school, their school performance in elementary or in middle school need to be top 1 or 2%. Am I right? Dr. Kwon, Prof. Kwon. It's my guess. They need to be 1 or 2% top. Yeah, because your child is at middle school. He knows better than me. Means for a middle school student, they should have 8 degrees or through all subjects. Means the competition to enter this high school is very, very tough, very, very high. And to enter these science high schools, the students need to be good at math and science subject. And usually, ordinary students don't like math. So therefore, there is difference who can enter to the science high schools. And other student, other middle school students, they can choose other track of high schools. So therefore, regarding your second question about the inequality in education, when you're focusing on this type of high schools, it's not big issues. But regarding other type of elite high schools, not science high schools, we also have other type of elite high schools. There is a severe, big conflict among Korean society.
And what about the budget allocation? Yeah, what is do you have a sacrifice a budget allocation?
For the allocation,
Yeah,
to the high schools.
to nurturing the young scientists because
Yeah, therefore, because there is a kind of national consensus among the general public, just amazing. The budget allocation to high school is not big issues. It's not so big money. How can I say? Rather, the budget allocation is a central issue when we're talking about grad schools. This one is high school. They don't need not so much money compared to grad schools. And regarding grad schools, for example, we have the government, in the first stage of Big Data Union project, government selected 72 universities. Actually, beginning, the government tried to select more or less universities, but there is more demand among universities regarding equality in terms of government funding or selecting more high qualified graduate school students and so on. Therefore, the government selected more university in number of in terms of the number who get the government fund. So the quality or inequality in funding is much matter matter of great importance regard to the graduate school programs, but just to when you're talking about science high schools, that is not a big issue.
First the disciplines, and then, for example, material science and semiconductor. So we can boost up the quality of several sectors. But if we arrive at the advanced countries in with regard to science, and then diversity is important, because the creativity came from the diversity. So recently in South Korea, the researchers in the field of basic research, they complain about we need more money for stable research. So when we arrive at the advanced countries science and technology system, we need to strategy for portfolio. So basic research should be guaranteed for researchers, and also the picking the winner strategy also integrated with the basic research supporting programs. So that's the recent research agenda in South Korea. Thank you.
Because your time is already late. I'm sorry, I have to close this presentation. To conclude for this second speaker, there are one thing here. First is about the master plan. That we have to have a master plan as a policy tool to measure in order to promote and implement effective development. And the most important thing about the tributes in Korean science and technology for the human resource development is they try to emphasize on the engineering and science and technology education and nurturing the gifted students so they can be the next generation of science and technology in Korea. Thank you very much for your attention. We give the floor to the speakers.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, participants. Before we begin our last session today, I will introduce the speaker. In Korean side, we have Dr. Yong Jun Ko from the Daejeon Institute of Science and Technology. But unfortunately, Dr. Ko cannot join with us today, but he has prepared a video presentation. And as a representative of Dr. Ko, we have Dr. Jim. Dr. Jim, right? Okay. And from Indonesian side, we have Miss Justina from BRIN. And topic we have discussed today is about the management regime in BRIN. And for the first presentation, we will showing video from Dr. Ko.
Hello, everyone. My name is Youngju Go. I'm a president of Daejeon Institute of Science Technology for Enterprise and People. I'm afraid I was not able to be there. I'm gonna make a presentation about the historical perspectives of National Research Council of Science Technology and government-sponsored research institutes in Korea. My presentation will be divided into two major parts. First of all, I'll take a look at the evolving of Korean GRIS and NST. And then lastly, I will just give you a comment about our Team 3 framework. I'd like to say about the evolution of GRIS and NST in Korea first. There are 3 types of public research organizations in Korea. First type is the government-supported research institutes, so-called GRIS, is a private entity, but majorly funded by central government and managed by a National Research Council or government departments. Second type of public research organization in Korea is non-profit research institutes sponsored by government-owned public companies or sponsored by majorly MOTI, is Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, one of the largest central government department in Korea, especially for regional innovation across the nation. Last type of public research organization in Korea is the National or Public Research Institutes. The NRIS is part of central government departments established by law. PRIS, research organizations created by regulations of local governments. There are all civil servants. Okay, Korea's NPRIS actually started to set up between 1910 and 1945. It's continuing to be formed and played a role as main public research organizations until the mid-1970s as non-profit research institutes. Of the government expenditure on R&D, NPRIS accounted for 82% in 1967 and 59.3% in 1975. The role and number of NPRIS has decreased in inverse proportion to the creation and development of GRIS since 1966. The KIST was established in 1966 based on the KIST Assistance Act as an independent legal entity and guaranteed an annual endowment from the government to be used for basic operations as capital expenditure for construction. The objectives, strategy, governance, funding, and management style of the KIST was highly different with NPRIS and formed Korea's innovation model. The KIST led Korea's early stage of technological innovation and made a contribution to solving problems during the process of adaptation and application of imported technology. KIST management regime was the development of technologies and policy for industry and the government's strong support for responding to industrial needs, which are a major strategy to achieve the goals. And the governance system is to have strong presidents and project managers centered. The contractual funds by government and industry is a highly autonomous management, high salary. 1970s, as Korea's labor-intensive industries were gradually replaced by heavy industry and chemicals, S&T infrastructure capable of modifying and internalizing foreign technology was essential in order to meet the demand for the greater technological sophistication needed for producing machinery, steel, chemical engineering, shipbuilding, and electronics. So a number of GRIS were that's why established in the 1970s in such fields. Specialized GRIS in the 1970s was similar with the KIST because the KIST management regime model was highly successful. So in the 1970s, the GRIS has the main objectives of development of specialized technologies for each industry and more national R&D programs and project manager-centered governance and the basic institutional funding and mainly contractual funding from industry. So principle of autonomy and stable financial support by government. In November 1980, the government announced the reorganization of 16 out of 19 GRIS into 9 new ones and placed them under the supervision of the Ministry of S&T. After reorganization, more GRIS were created to respond to the need for new areas of R&D in line with growing national R&D programs across departments. In 1990, technology-related GRIS numbered 13 organizations and 9 subsidiaries under an increased number of departments. So the gross domestic expenditure on R&D increased 0.58% in 1980 to 1.91% in 1990, with a rate of annual increase averages 30%. The proportion of R&D performed by GRIS declined 53.5% of GLD in 1981 to 40% in 1990 due to the growth of industrial sector and higher education sector. There are very important changing phenomenon in Korea in the period of 1980s and 1990s. Industry accounted for 20 times as much R&D activity in 1990 as in 1981, and the higher education sector 9 times, while GRIS 4 times as much in 1990 as in 1981. So the R&D activity is rapidly spreading from the government sector, including GRIS, to industry and higher education sector throughout the 1980s. Anyway, GRIS in the 1980s were different with the GRIS in 1960s and 1970s, especially the main mission or objectives of GRIS were to carry out national R&D projects for strategic technology developments with a strong central governance, mostly by the most, and some by other departments. Clear of dual funding system of annual grant in aid for salary and operational cost and R&D contracts mainly with departments. The highly bureaucratic management through uniform laws, guides, rules, and procedures, both R&D and organizational operation. As I said, at the time, GRIS were not government officials, a private entity, but in the 1980s, government forced to manage strongly by the central departments, like government officials or central government organizations. It's a highly different system with the KIST or GRS in the 1960s and 1980s model. In the 1990s, the policy had changed about the GRIS, especially in 1991. Government introduced introduced evaluation system for research and organization management of GRIS, and also particularly project-based system was introduced in 1996, and in 1999, 5 research councils were created to support or manage GRIS. So GRIS were regrouped by fundamental, public, and industrial research belonging to the research councils. So in the 1990s, there are 3 kind of big changes, especially PBS system in 1996 and the research council system in 1999 are very important changes. Those 2 kinds of systems are still influencing for GRIS management. GRIS in the 1990s was significantly different more contribution to industry-led innovation and greater performance in national R&D programs, more collaborative R&D with industry and university. Regrouping GRIS under the three research councils with the transferring of each board of directors to research councils. And introducing new funding system, so-called PBS, and the research and management evaluation system, as I said. The Research Council system was introduced in 1999, and then in 2000 and 2010, the Research Council system were very important policy changes for GRIS. I will say about such kinds of brief historical change of research council systems. And in 1991, as I said, there are three research councils belonging to the Prime Minister's office. But 2004, they moved to the Ministry of Science and Technology. And 2008, three research councils were merged into two research council systems. So belonging to the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology, and another research council was belonging to the Ministry of Knowledge Economy at the time. 2013, government changed the central government system, creating the Ministry of Science, ICT Future Planning. So those two research councils were moved to the Ministry of Science, ICT Future Planning. And lastly, to 2014, government changed the Ministry of Science and ICT, and the two research council systems were destroyed and merging into just one National Research Council of Science and Technology. Because at the time, the Korea's new policy trends were to converge technologies and innovation. So governments really wanted to collaborate many GRIS to produce new convergence technologies and innovative commercialization and business model. That's why government created just one council system, so-called national NST, in 2014. So this table shows of the brief changing management regime in GRIS between 1966 and 2020. So the mission and strategy, governance and funding and management system are clearly different relation with the different periods and the situations at the time. Okay, I'll finish my presentation saying these kinds of framework of Team 3. Team 3, we organized the management regime framework. Because those kinds of framework, management regime, consists of 5 main elements: objectives, strategy, governance, funding, and management. So we should consider management regime in order to change in more innovative way or more positive way for leaders or researchers to change their organizations more effectively. We should not think about just 1 or 2 point elements. We should think about those 5 kinds of elements together to integrate the better management regime. But those kinds of management regime could be inflected by the surrounding situations such as economy, politics and history and culture. So when BRIN think about the Korea's case, you need to think about the surrounding situation, which are different with the Korea. So that's why we would like to focus on these kinds of management regime, thinking about those kinds of surrounding situations. So our team 3 have conducted a comparative study between NST, GRIS, and BRIN. So the study results so far will be presenting by Justina Nita Sulistam. She is excellent leader of Group 3 in Indonesia, and very successfully organizing or processing the study results. So you could hear or see the good study results of Team 3 by Justina Nita Sulistam. After this forum, Team 3 will modify our materials and the recommendations more better way until the end of October. So we need to discuss more after this forum in details. Okay, thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Okay, for the next presentation, we will invite Ms. Justina Nita. Justina, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justina. I'm from Team 3, and I will present the result of our research for this past 8 months with topic title Improving Management Regime of BRIN for Mission-Oriented Research and Innovation. Team 3 members from Indonesian side is me, Justina, and Dr. Nimas Maninggar, Ms. Stephanie Anggina, Ms. Umi Salama, and Ms. Nelly Maulidiani, who's mentoring from Dr. Yoon Chung Ko from Korea. Next slide. As the overview of Indonesia's situation, in general terms of global competitiveness, it can be seen from 2019 Global Competitiveness Report. In general, Indonesia's innovation capability is ranked 74th, and this condition is caused by the low research and development of innovation in Indonesia, which is ranked 83rd. So more specifically, Indonesia is still far behind in terms of patent applications, research development funding, and excellent research institutions. The next challenge is the low commercialization of product innovation in Indonesia. The 2019 Global Competitiveness Report shows that the commercialization aspect of Indonesia is ranked 91. It can be said that the purchase of sophisticated innovations is still low, and the use of brands from Indonesian products is also still lacking. Next slide. Before this one. Okay. So furthermore, the comparison of gross domestic expenditure on R&D in selected country in 2019, Indonesia with 0.23% of R&D expenditure as the percentage of GDP. So this condition should be able to become an alarm for the stakeholders such as government, research institutions,
higher education and industry to invest more in research and product innovation. Next slide. In 2021, there is new regulation from National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. The Indonesian government restructured its STI institution by integrating BRIN, including BPPT, LIPI, LAPAN, BATAN, and many other R&D institutions for reinforcing national innovation capability. So the presidential regulation, or Perpres number 78 of 2021, in this case, BRIN is a government research institution that plays a role and is responsible for managing research activities and the results required to manage research activities effectively and efficiently. This can be stated in objectives and implemented through strategies, governance, funding. Can you speak louder? Louder. Oh, louder, okay. And organization management. There are 7 main missions socialized by the head of BRIN, namely integrating research institution management, creating profit, impactful and strategy innovation, and also developing a research powerhouse, and so on, as we can see in this video. As a consequence of recent research and innovation resources integration, and BRIN is still at the early stage of development and needs to set up new STI governance. And at the same time, the needs to improve its rank of innovation, specifically in institution category of GII indicator. Next slide. So, next slide, please. Okay. Through this collaboration research, we want to learn from the characteristic and lesson from South Korea experiences of how management regime of GRIS and NSD. So summit is very timely to address following important questions that probably important to be examined here. First one is how South Korea manages the regime of government supported research institutes, or GRIs, which managed by National Research Council of Science and Technology, or NST, for research and innovation mission oriented by analyzing the objective, strategy, governance, funding, and organization management. And the second is how is current National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, could improve as its research innovation mission oriented and objective through current BRIN's strategic goals in Indonesia context by analyzing the current cross-therapeutic collaboration and networking model of BRIN in performing as an intermediary institution to accelerate the innovation creation, referring to benchmark to South Korea. Furthermore, we want to examine the South Korea government-supported research institutes, or GRI, management regime. That means analyze the current cross-therapeutic collaboration networking model of GRIs itself, and we compare with the BRIN and Indonesian context. And the last one, to proposing recommendations of how to improve the management regime. The next slide, please. So the research framework developed by our team by adopting 5 areas: objectives, strategy, governance, funding, and organization management. So the figures show that the first step is to compare the objective and strategies, also government of the 2 organizations between BRIN Indonesia and also GRIS in South Korea. The exploration of the 3 variables is carried out at the institutional level in general and comprehensively. The aim is to find out the directions and strategies used by the institutions in overcoming national problems, especially in research and innovation. So furthermore, in the next stage, exploration of funding and organization management is carried out. In this phase, a more detailed explanation will be given regarding the role of institutionalizing, like business process, standard operational procedure, and also actors who are important points to be discussed
With detailed explanation, we expect that the comparison effort will also be easy to do. In the end, it will be much more easier for the team to take recommendations for future improvement of BRIN as the institutions. Next slide. So the methodology we used in this study is a qualitative case study with multiple case studies. The case study selected was the development of the intermediary function and research and innovation in government research institutions in South Korea, BRIS, and BRIN in Indonesian context. The data collection was carried out in the period of May until June 2022. So we focus group discussion and in-depth interviews. In BRIN, interviews were conducted with the government and management team coordinator by analysis on related papers and documents and reports also were conducted. Next slide. So in attempt to understand the current BRIN management regimes, focus group discussion and in-depth interviews with the management team and coordinator from various deputies were conducted, focusing on the organization and role in the intermediary research and innovation. The focus group discussion was held with various directorates, which is in charge of doing the intermediary activities in BRIN, including the Center for Technology Services. The team also conducted interviews startups such as PT Indonesian and PT BRIN. Next slide. So as our findings in the first variable, mission and mission, we found that the goals of NCD, NSD, are linked towards secure research capabilities and foster GRIS trusted by citizens and established researcher friendly supported system through strategies by strengthening of leading type research system, formation of research cooperation ecosystem, and dissemination of tangible research accomplishment. Improvement to research center management system and also activation of science and technology policy think tank. So if you look closely at the first variable, vision and mission, BRIN is leaning towards to support the vision and mission of the President Republic Indonesia or the current government by developing Indonesia that is sovereign, independent, and embracing the personality based on the value of mutual cooperation. Next slide, please. So the thing that kind of similar between NSC and BRIN is both are supporting national research project and policies, with also fostering and systematically managing the research institute. NSC with their government-funded research institute or GRIS, and BRIN with the organization research or research center. Next slide. The BRIN's vision tends to be supported by the current government so that the priority areas of research and innovation are likely to change. When there is a change of government, the vision of NSD as a support of GRI so that the priority areas of research and innovation follow the priority of the concept of collaboration between GRIS and supported by NSD is similar with collaboration between research organization and research center of BRIN, which also supported by Deputy for Utilization of Research and Innovation, Deputy for Facilitation of Research and Innovation, and also Deputy for Research and Innovation infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the crucial strategies of GRIS to achieve those goals are much more focused on the development of fundamental or original technologies, wider contribution to solve societal problems, more effective technology transfer and commercialization, more cooperative research and innovation with other GRIs and universities and SMEs, also closer relations with regions. The objectives and strategies of GRI focus on the economic performance and growth. So despite expanding of the social problem solving R&D. So NST set their strategy goals every 4 years, meanwhile BRIN every 2 years. So each GRI has their own strategies based on their characteristics and research. BRIN as well, research organization or the research center also has their own target goals based on their research characteristics. Next slide, please. So, governance in the institutional structure between Indonesian and next slide, please. Thank you. Governance in this institutional structure between Indonesian NS and Korean STI institution, there are fundamental differences. The institutional structure of STI in Korea is divided into a Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology, which has a management agency under it, namely NST. The NST manages the competency sector institutions, mainly like GRI. In 2022, there will be around 25 GRI. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, with the new institutional arrangement of STI, BRIN is the sole organization responsible for the implementation of national research and invention. The management BRIN consists of research organizations that have roles such as GRI, namely managing researchers according to certain sectors, deputies for policy support, and deputies for funding agencies. Next slide. So here's some of the South Korean NST structures and the GRIS under NST. The only board of directors by NST appoints a 3-year term president of each GRI after an open competition. So NST has a 3-year term chairman with which appointed by president and 130 staff, including 2 directors. The offices, 12 divisions, and full-time audit committee. Next slide, please. So, as a lesson learned, Korea uses research council system where NSCS acts as council to support, foster, and systematically manage GRI as to national R&D policy and development of knowledge industry. The collaboration between GRIs are strongly encouraged, supported by the Office of Convergence, who manage technology development program between GRIs. Next slide, please. So in 2020, GRIs have 2 types of funding scheme, nearly 40% institutional funding by central government and 60% project-based funding by government department and industries. Next slide, please. So BRIN also acts as a funding agency, providing research funds for research organization in industry or in university collaborating with research organization in BRIN. The differences between BRIN and South Korea, GRI, and STI, the percentage of funding source, and Indonesian BRIN is mostly from government, the source of the funding. Meanwhile, South Korea and STI, GRI mostly coming from joint research with the industry. Next. Okay, so there are 3 points of lesson learned about the funding source of funding system management. The first one is about research convergence. It's been important in both cases to increase efficiency, but implemented in different ways. The BRIN 3 is structural and budget merger, and STI and GRIS, the program and funding support. And second one is technology dissemination policy. Hospitable for private sectors need to be stepped up in BRIN to boost private sectors involvement in research investment. The third one is about innovation ecosystem, which is crucial for effective research funding as different actors, especially private sectors, are out to contribute to research investment. Next one. So in variable management organization, the most considering factor is the existence of technology licensing organization or TLO. So the technology transfer process usually involves moving a technology innovation from an R&D organization to a receptor organization, such as a private company. And I think we'll soon in the picture describe what the differences between Indonesia and Korea TLO. Next slide. So there are several points differences between TLO in Indonesia and South Korea. In Indonesia, the TLO system is more centralistic. The characteristic is centralistic. The TLO services are carried out by the deputies to serve 12 organization research, then also provide assistance in acquisition of intellectual property and infrastructure research, product promotion, tenant incubation assistance, and the TLO are permanent employee and civil servant as well. While in South Korea, it's more decentralization characteristic. While each GRI has its own GTO business process to help GRI strengthen its capabilities in IP management, promote convergence research, and the employees is mixed between contract and permanent employees. And NST never intervene of the employee process, so it's fully managed by each GRI. Next slide, please. So the NST supporting technology commercialization of GRIs are outstanding outcomes. The NST provided multilateral support for commercialization of GRI and are the outcomes from which economic values are generated. The NST supports research funding to GRI. Furthermore, GRI will carry out product promotions to the industry. Industries that are interested in producing the product undertake investment in joint research. While the business process for the commercialization in Indonesia begins when BRIN researchers have developed products that are ready to be implemented. This product is then identified and promoted by the Deputy for Research and Innovation Utilization. Then the Deputy for Research and Innovation Facilitation will facilitate the intellectual property management. If the industry is declared feasible and has potential in product development, then proceed to the negotiation process with the industry, facilitated by the Deputy for Research and Innovation Infrastructure. Next, please. So the TLO in Korea have support center services to help SME in solving technologies problem. The support center will connect to GRI based on their problems. GRI also facilitated the researcher to form the startup. To the other scheme is GRI could put the investment for boosting the startup, forming, in this case, Korea established holding companies. While the purpose of commercialization through SMEs is to facilitate research products from BRIN research from Indonesian side, BRIN's research organization to be produced by SMEs or communities through a series of incubation process. Okay. The lesson learned from this TLO variable is genuine pool research. Encouraging research organization and industries, it's important to make research together for catalyzing technology commercialization. Second one, to establishing holding companies to accelerate product commercialization. GRIs was established their investment holding companies through Korean science and technology holding companies like venture capital, which fully support the startup development. So as our recommendations so far, based on the data that we have, the first one is to strengthen the research convergence. So more entity programs are needed to give more opportunities to develop convergent technology and innovation. Focuses on addressing the key technical, organizational, and large logistical challenges that currently hinder convergence research. Support research teams that varying degrees of integration between varying disciplines, stages of readiness to adapt convergence strategy through grants, workshops, and cooperative agreements. The second point is encourage BRIN industry research collaboration. It's important to put industry as a partner research need to be prerequisite in the BRIN research financing scheme. The product produced will be directly absorbed by the industry. So this program is carried out by create a co-investment program with the private sector for research development, and also improving the capacity of BRIN's human resources in licensing, technology services, and incubation service. Our third recommendation is to accelerate growth of startup as commercialization path development. It is important to implementing programs that support innovation, establish technology licensing policy, and program hospitable for startup and SMEs in order to cultivate an environment favorable to innovation, such as establish holding companies to accelerate product commercialization, enhance the collaboration across domestic institutions with the industry, private sectors, universities, and other research institutions on a global level. And the last one is increasing collaboration and socialization of invention from researcher to startup. So this is our recommendation so far. We will have discussed much further tomorrow with our team from South Korea, and also we are probably have we open to more other recommendation as well, probably that could more precise and more visible in implementation in Indonesia, especially in BRIN. So thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Okay, after the presentation of our board speakers, we move to questions and answer session. I invite two questions from okay. Is you hear me? Thank you very much for excellent presentation from speakers. I have questions regarding the explanation about Korea's public research organization, which include government-supported research institutes, non-profit research institutes, and national or public research institutes. From my understanding, these types and the definition provided there is quite interesting for me because it is very different from Indonesian context. I was thinking initially that non-profit research institutes will be like independent research organizations in Indonesian context, but apparently from the definition in Korea, non-profit research institute is still sponsored by government owned or public companies and sponsored by majorly multiple regions across nation. Meanwhile, in Indonesian context, non-profit research institutes have to rely on the project-based funding, and it is not fully supported by the government-owned or public companies.
On the other side, for the government-supported research institutes, this is private entity, but majorly funded also by central government. So if I look at these three types in Korea, actually, these all three national or public research institute, non-profit research institute, government support research institute or GRIs are all receiving government support in different aspects probably. If you may elaborate how Korean government able to do that and what are the plus side and negatives, maybe not the negative, maybe the issues or challenge associated with that, that will be really great. The second thing is I'm wondering actually how non-profit research institutes, if I may to see it from Indonesian context, like independent research organizations that are supported, not supported, that are relied on the funding from the research-based funding and collaborations can play roles to complement the roles of government or public research organization. Maybe if there is any evidence of contributions of non-profit research institutes in the research ecosystems and STI, that will be really great thing to learn from for Indonesian side, especially for people like me who work in the independent research organizations, because we think if we can contribute fully, that will be a good use of national resource as well to contribute to the research ecosystem. And lastly, I would like to ask for BRIN, how do you think BRIN should be able to incorporate the roles of non-profit research organizations and not just universities as part of the strong like research and STI ecosystem that that can contribute to the purpose, yeah, not just to result in the output that are technology oriented or patent oriented, but also other things. Maybe that is my question, and it's really great to hear from Korea experience. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Maybe one more question. Okay, because time's up, I will invite Dr. Yim to answer the question first.
Hello? Yes, I like to answer the first and second question. It all depends on the national context and the history of Korean, science and technology development. In the beginning, for example, especially for, rural and also agricultural sectors, there has to be some sort of like testing or, standardizing, like a technical assistant research institute. So it became like public research institute. But why there is some governmental, need from the top down approach that we have to develop some technology, on purpose, so that they made the government establish the government research organization like KISS, Korean Institute of Science Technology. Then we had consultation from the U.S. So they emphasize their operational autonomy, as well as the responsibilities for their expenses. So they made it like a civil organizations. So they are like civil servant. Actually, civil servant. I'm civil servant. Though we, have been receiving the government research fund. So it's like a quasi, government research organization. There and as we develop, then we, there emerged the non-profit research, research organizations. So they were included, but also the size was totally different. Function was different. So that's why, and as the non-research organizations somewhat grow, there was some, how to say that, environment that the government has to give some budgetary support because they are doing for, national purposes. So something, uncovered in the larger public government support to the research institute. So government start to give the, and they in Korean budgeting system, the like each ministry has the authority to apply for government budget. So each ministry they have some sort of kind of close relationship with a certain non-profit research organization or some public research institute. Like, as I said, the Ministry of Agriculture, they have all the regions have like a technical assistant, agriculture technical assistant organization, which is the research center. So, but in fact, they are not like conducting huge like research program. So there are three types of research organizations in Korea, but it's difficult to merge them all, and we don't need to because they are functioning. So it's how each different sectors evolve and how the budgeting process is mixed, so that I think this kind of explanation is satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay, for the next question, Ms. Tina. So, addressing the question about how to how BRIN will be able to cooperate with nonprofit research. So, and also the output is not only patent oriented. And actually in BRIN currently we have several team of collaboration research with university, and also we also open the collaboration with probably a non-profit research, but mostly it happens a lot in the social research topic. Like this team currently like at EEM, previously PRN, smaller, similarly to FM. So it enabled the researcher in BRIN to collaborate with researcher outside of BRIN as the government research institution. One of them is nonprofit research. So they are on a team and they collaborate, they do research together.
Also, the university can also join as well in this program. And the output could be, it's not only patent oriented, but it can be like the recommendation of the document, policy recommendation, policy paper, book or publication, especially international publication, because until now it's currently our priority outputs for BRIN as institution, which also can be important inputs for bill or policy draft or rancangan undang-undang. So yes, there will be much more keen and collaboration probably in the future, because BRIN also has a certain target with through collaboration with the industry and also probably a nonprofit research to boost their outputs, including the patent, the international publication, and also to commercialize the technology, the patent to industry. So yeah, we currently bring more likely to open up the opportunity to the external side, including the nonprofit research and industry, the mostly priority. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. is satisfied with the answer? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Once more.
전문연 means each ministry has they have own goals like testing or standard or certification. So that is the main role of non-profit organization in South Korea. But if you imagine the non-profit organization in the area of public policy studies, you imagine the non-profit organization is different from government and also different from business. So you imagine non-profit organization as a sort of independent research organization for their own interest. It's not dependent on business, it's not dependent on government. So I think the translation problem, I guess. So I think rather than non-profit research organization, the specialized research organization is more appropriate terminology, I guess. What do you think? Yeah, there. I think a non-profit research organization in South Korea is different from as you imagine. Okay. Thank you. Ministerial research organization. That is also alternative translation in English. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think it's okay. In the Zoom, Pak Hari Yosi.
Thank you very much. My voice can be heard clearly. Excuse me. Maybe because of my low connection here, because I'm in a public place, is it my voice can be heard clearly?
I can hear your.
Thank you.
Can
Okay. Good afternoon, and nice to meet you, the honorable speakers from BRIN and Korean government. First of all, my name is Hari Jeffrey. I'm from Directorate of Learning and Student Affairs, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. I apologize because I can show the video to maximize internet connection. I have two questions because this is about lecturer and researchers, so maybe my questions a bit off from the topic because of my lack of understanding about research. But please, I wanna ask to the Korea government in the video presentation. I wanna ask how government, I mean Korea government, enforce the private sector to do R&D as government project. Is it giving any rewards like royalty or privilege for the institution, or they are banned by the government law? And the second question is for Ms. Justina. I saw the last two slides about the recommendation after the lesson learned. How BRIN establish holding companies? How will BRIN do it technically? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Directly.
Okay.
Master.
Correct me wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that you asked how Korean government supported the industrial R&D. I mean, industry to participate R&D, right? Well, there are many things, but the basic thing is that Korean government doesn't force them to do R&D, and they couldn't do it. So rather, Korean government provided some, how to say that, incentive, R&D project. If the big company industry participate in government-funded R&D, and the R&D is successful, they could benefit. So that's why they started to participate in government R&D, and it promoted the industrial R&D. And after they got some benefit, they started to invest more on R&D by themselves.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the question. Regarding about the detail about the implementation of how BRIN established the holding company, actually we benchmarking from South Korea that one of the strategies there to boost the commercialization of their technologies by to establish holding companies. But of course, in terms of BRIN in Indonesian context about how to establish holding the companies, the details we would like to discuss furthermore with the South Korean side, and we also look through about how whether these strategies are can be adapted in the detail of the implementation in BRIN context, because in general we could see the possibility of this feasible of the successful strategy, whether it will become implementation in BRIN, and we will see the much more in detail after the discussion with the South Korean side, probably with the team from Dr. Ko or Dr. Yoon by tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, no more questions. I think it's enough. Okay, thank you. In this last session, I can conclude there are several nice discussion about number one, about the type of research organization in Korea. It can be mapped because it has a different sector and different projects in process. And BRIN has a large scope, not only for patent and technology, and it has a social scope also. has it has also social research to together again together with non-profit organization. And on the last about benchmarking established holding company, we will discuss a letter with Korean in tomorrow. Okay. Okay. I give applause for our presenter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the very dynamic, fruitful session. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of the whole agenda, the closing. I would like to invite the Director of Policy Formulation for Research, Technology and Innovation, BRIN, to give the wrap-up of our today's session, which also deliver closing remarks. Please welcome Dr. Dudi Hidayat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me? Tes. Okay, it's better. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Please allow me in this occasion to represent our Deputy for Research and Innovation to give a sort of concluding remarks for our today workshop. It is very unfortunate for me to not being able to participate in this workshop, in this quite important and interesting workshop for science technology development in Indonesia. First of all, I would like to greet our Korean guest, Dr. Kim as a project manager and Dr. Yin as a senior project manager. And of course, Dr. Enju and also Sinai. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. I can open my mask. I will get booster already. Quite safe. And of course, the research team, Professor Kim, and Professor Kwon, and Dr. Lee, and also Dr. Ko, who is not being able to present here. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, I notice in the room right now, there is around 36. Before I noticed around 37. And also those who are present here, like Buheni from Semeru, thank you very much for participating. Semeru is a non-profit research organization. So I hope that in the future, Semeru will be more active in working together with BRIN during this work. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite sure that today we got some new insights, new understanding about science and technology policy, in particular in those two themes. And the last part, with regard to the management regime of BRIN, I listened to the presentations and it's quite interesting and need to be further investigated about the strengths and the weaknesses of current BRIN arrangement compared to the Korean similar organization. Although we have always to bear in mind that the context is quite different. And I'm very delighted that the research, the joint research has been proceeding quite well. And I understand that after this workshop, the result will be refined in light of the discussion. And finally, of course, we will submit the report. And I do really hope that one or two publications out of our research will be submitted to the
could be journal, or could be other publication. But still one demand, I think, from the side of Indonesia and technology communities, in particular BRIN, I think our joint project needs to be more practically oriented. Okay, it's fine, it's good to understand, to research the situation, but at the end of the day, I think we need to show, including to the BRIN's management, that our joint endeavors really lead to the practical research. And so therefore, Dr. Yin, Dr. Kim, I personally think that in the future collaboration, the approach of policy transfer is very important. So I think we have to discuss it in more detail, all possibilities to be, I call it policy transfer, with the objective that we have a common problem, actually, for the different contexts, that we have a common problem. And we knew that Korea has been quite successful in many areas of science technology policies. Korean has developed science technology policy and tools and instruments to address certain problems, which we do also have this problem here. So it is very important that we work together to design a transfer of policy from Korea, who's been quite successful, into Indonesian context. Of course, you have to bear in mind always the context is different. But the core of the theme three, I can mention about the history, the economy, the politics is quite different. But I do believe that there is a common pattern, there is a common principle. Although it might manifest in different form because of the context, but the common principle is there. I think that's the way the world works. Otherwise, there is no regularity, there is no pattern, and that is impossible. There is always pattern, there is always regularity, and therefore we can learn from each other. If there is no regularity, there's no point of learning other experiences. Okay? So therefore, maybe I would suggest that for the next, our collaboration, we should think more seriously, more deeply about these kind of activities, which I would call policy transfer. At least in my understanding, reading the literature of policy, I think Professor Kim and Professor Konica knows better. Policy transfers is a kind of mode of policy adoption from one place to another place. From one place where the policy has been proven very successful to another place. Of course, with the different contexts, different histories, different politics, and so on. So that's the challenge, how to design a similar policy in other places. So, and it is very important because Indonesian government also would like to see these practical, more practical oriented activities. I hope we can discuss further about it tomorrow. If I understand correctly, tomorrow we will meet at 9 o'clock. I hope I will be able to participate, but then maybe around 9:30 until 11, I have to go somewhere else yeah, to go to the process. Okay. So with that, I think at the end, I would like to convey my appreciation, our appreciation on behalf of the Deputy for Research and Innovation to all parties that has been made this workshop possible. From UCA teams and thanks. Thank you very much. I think we have to give applause to them. Please give applause to UCAs and teams. And of course, our Korean colleagues, Dr. Kim, Dr. Yin, Professor Kwon, Professor Kim, another Kim, and Dr. Lee, and Dr. Unju, and our, also the project, our the girl behind the scene, Sinai. Thank you very much for making it possible. So with that, I will end this remark. I do really hope that we can further collaborate more effectively in the year to come. Particularly, we hope that pandemic is over, so we can live in a better mode than that usually maybe 2 years ago. Thank you very much. We will say, Alhamdulillah, thanks for God. I will end this workshop. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Dudu Hidayat. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we take the second photo session, right? Ladies and gentlemen, now we are officially at the end of today's event. On behalf of organizing committee, we would like to say thank you for making time to join us today. I hope you all have the fruitful results from the 2022 K Innovation Partnership Program with Indonesia Dissemination Forum. Have a great rest of your day. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's take a group photo with Pak Dudi. Pak Dudi and then STEPI delegate, and we invited Indonesia coordinator. For all the guests, we hope not leaving the room, because after this session, we will take a photo together, all of us.